Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I am Preeti Dabia, and I'm an agile coach at SdWorx. So today I will present to you who is SdWorx, what do we do, and what are the positions that are open at SdWorx that you need to apply for. Okay, so let's start. Who is SdWorx? Who are we? So I would like to play a video to show you who SdWorx is. Hold on.
We're SdWorx. Nous sommes SdWorx.
The SdWorx digital assistant.
Consider it done.
Okay, so I think this video gives you an idea of what SdWorx premises looks like, and I'm sure it's very tempting. So let's dig into a bit of details of what is really the culture of SdWorx. So I hope it's really visible to you. So first of all, we have a very open culture. We have no barriers between people. There is a flat hierarchy, and we do not make any distinctions between people. People are free to speak and are free to take decisions. We have a lot of fun. So our motto is you work hard and you play hard. So we give the opportunity to all our employees to work hard, but we have a lot of let's say, activities that we carry on at SdWorx, like our famous SD clubs, where people can not only have fun, but also can demonstrate their hidden talents. There are some core values that we all, I think, by today have in our DNA. It's about having an open mindset, respect, humility, being ready to help each other, and making SdWorx each individual grow in terms of their own abilities and competencies. I will move to the next slide. 2 years back in 2018, SdWorx as an enterprise decided to go through a digital transformation to bring innovation in the way we work. So SdWorx as an enterprise is present in 10 different countries in Europe. And this digital transformation has been carried out in all our locations, but to start with 4 main locations. And why did we do that? It is we want to bring customer satisfaction faster, but also including innovation, a lot of revamping in our use of technologies, in our ways of working, and in our ways of understanding the markets in Europe. So for this, we needed to bring a kind of a evolution and not revolution. And in Mauritius, we proudly succeeded in that digital transformation. So I'll go a bit more deeper into the technicalities. So all our IT squads or IT teams, today we are working in a fully agile ways. We have adopted agility, not only in our way of working, but also we look towards business agility because we want to listen to our customers and bring them what they need faster. So when I talk about agile, I talk about everything related to coding, testing, planning, building the project. But we also go to the next level. We can do agile, but we can go to the next level by doing DevOps. So what is DevOps? DevOps is doing agile, yeah, but also looking at the operation side of things so that the dev teams and the operations team work together. So in terms of DevOps, there are a lot of technical capabilities that we look for, like CI/CD pipelines, continuous integration, continuous deployments, and looking at innovative way to use technology to make sure that at a click of a button, we are releasing, at a click of a button, we are doing our automation testing. So to be able to work in Agile and ensure that we are DevOps capable team, we use a set of technologies. So we use also a lot of methodologies, which are, for instance, Scrum, Kanban, Scrumban. So our teams are properly equipped with agile coaches to coach them, to make them better in what they do in their day-to-day activities. And in terms of technologies, this is where I want to put a lot of emphasis on today. So we're looking for people, and we are training people at SdWorx to be able to, master these technologies. And two of them are really key. So for all the .NET developers out there, so we are using the Microsoft stack, the Microsoft .NET stack. So LinkU, ASP.NET MVC, C#, .NET Core, and paired up with SQL, Microsoft SQL, of course. We also do a lot of mobile dev using Xamarin Native. So I think in one of the videos that you saw in the beginning, there was Kim talking to his digital assistants, right? So his digital assistant, for instance, is a product that was built in Xamarin Native. We also use Angular for our front-end developments. So Angular 1.5, but also Angular 2 up to Angular 9. And some of our projects are even moving to Angular 10. I mentioned a lot of testing, a lot of automated testing. So for our automation testing tool, we use RunnerX Studio. So SdWorx is one of the rare or the only company in Mauritius using RunnerX Studio. And that's a tool that enables not only to test front-end, but also to test back-end middleware and APIs. We also use Git. So that's normal Azure DevOps. Azure DevOps is one of the tools we use for everything regarding our Scrum board, Kanban board, follow-up of user stories, building our pipelines, and so on. And for Blue Prism, so this is our RPA tool. So we do have as well a robotics team at SdWorx, and for that we use Blue Prism. So a lot of technologies which I haven't put here, but what I've put here is the main focus in our dev team. Angular, .NET Standard, .NET Core, Xamarin, Runrex Studio, Azure DevOps. So, which profiles will shape the future? I'm sure in these hard times, a lot of us are thinking about what we want to do in the future. And I'm a hard believer that IT is one of the sectors that even in Corona times has been unaffected. One of the examples is SdWorx. We have grown in 2020 by 100 people, and we are still looking to grow in the future up to 800 people. And most of them will be in these profiles that I'm going to introduce to you. So for instance, full stack engineers. So full stack engineers are engineers who are going to ensure that they can code in front end, also in back end. And for front end technology, we are looking for Angular 2+ version. Even if you have Angular JS, that's also okay. SdWorx is one of the company where the value is continuous improvement, continuous learning. So we, as a company, we are providing a lot of custom training by the experts in Mauritius to make our people ramp up. So for full stack, we also need the Microsoft technologies. Microsoft Stack is very important. Automation frameworks and tools, and above everything, agile mindset frameworks and methods. We also think that DevOps engineers will be one of the key profiles that will shape not only the future of SdWorx, but the future of a lot of other companies. So Azure DevOps, knowledge of building CI/CD pipelines, automation and continuous improvement mindset and capability. Actually, at SdWorx, we have introduced this capability, and I can guarantee you that in terms of innovation, we are breaking barriers. One of the other profile that we know that can make a big difference is UX UI experts. So at SdWorx, we believe that not only the performance is not only the key thing that a client sees, but also user experience, which has become key in especially a lot of web-based applications and mobile applications. So this is a profile that definitely we are looking out for. And for this, visual communication, wireframe prototyping, coding using UX UI tools and frameworks, a good understanding of user empathy, and a good understanding of interaction design. A few more of the profiles. Data analytics and data science. So there are a lot of tools out there, but the tools that SdWorx focus on is Tableau and Power BI. And at this point, we have a superb team working on these both tools, but we are looking for a lot more to consolidate our teams in Mauritius. AI machine learning. Later today, you will see some of my colleagues presenting a fabulous tool that they prepared for you and they developed from scratch using machine learning, building pipelines and automation, of course. So everything regarding AI and machine learning for the future, that's where the future lies. Robotics. We do have a team today using Blue Prism for robotics. And in the future, we will need to grow that team as well. So for robotics, you will need a lot of lean management and lean thinking, and also process continuous improvements. So in short, these are the profiles that we're looking for at SdWorx. I hope and I believe that there are a lot of you out there who are having these capabilities, or having these technologies in hand, and are ready to make the leap towards those challenges. So I want to present to you some key positions that are open today, and we are actively looking to onboard at SdWorx. So we are looking for 10 lead full stack engineers, 4 lead front-end developer, 3 Java full stack developer. Yes, Java also is one of our technology that we've just onboarded on. Java reports developer, we need 4 of them. SAP support analyst, 1 senior, 1 SAP supporting analyst including master data management, and 1 SAP interface analyst. And this all is part of the dev team, but I also would like to point out some of our other opportunities that are present in other teams in our IT department. So we have 1 open position for IT security analyst, 1 PowerPoint designer, 1 senior application support analyst, 1 technical product owner for server systems, 1 lead application support analyst, 1 systems engineer, a senior, and 1 senior system engineer generalist. Now I'd like to present to you a testimonial that was pleasantly done by one of my colleagues to share with you his experience when he joined SdWorx and how he's feeling about SdWorx. So let's watch it.
I'm Steven Usman. I am 28 years old and I work for SdWorx Mauritius. Today, I will share my experience with you of how I started till now. So back in 2018, I remember it was the 1st of October. I entered the office in Mauritius. It was quite exciting when I saw the slides and the working environment. It was very nice. And then I had the chance to work with Belgium. A small hello for them. So with the LE reporting team. To be honest, at first it was a bit difficult. You know, there is a difference between the Belgium culture and the Mauritius culture too. It took me some time to get used to that. Actually, what helped me is I had the chance to get on a trip on shore and meet my colleagues there. So it was much more easy to get used to that and to communicate with them. And I can say that now I'm very much more assertive and I can share more and more stuff and get things done really in a good way. And this experience made me much more confident with myself and with the team. Today, I can say that I'm very proud being part of the SD family. And indeed, it is a great place to work. Thank you.
Okay, so thanks, Stephen. So if you are still wondering what you want to do for the coming years, then I can tell you this is a great time to apply at SdWorx. I just got a question in the chats. Are there any other roles? Of course, there are a lot of roles that are open at SdWorx. I haven't put it here because I was focusing more on the technical roles, but please do send your CVs, right? We can have a chat and we can see what we can do. But anyways, this is the time to apply at SdWorx. And we are looking forward after this fair that we will meet a lot of you. So this is my last slide. Any questions that I may attend to? Are there any internships? Of course, we are open to internships since years now. And for example, this year we have welcomed 40 interns. So yes, indeed, for this year we were complete, but next year, absolutely. Yes, we offer internships for tertiary students. What certifications are we looking for in recruits? No special certifications. I'm a firm believer of experience, but if there should be any certifications, then we're looking for product owners, Scrum Masters, certifications in Microsoft technologies, in Azure, for instance, or in Microsoft Stack technologies. That will be a plus, but it's not a prerequisite. What do we look for in recruits? Well, we look for absolutely the most important thing actually is attitudes. Our values are really dear to us, and we believe that the person with the right attitudes will definitely have a place at SdWorx. And then skills can be taught, right? Like I said, we offer a lot of custom training programs at SdWorx, which we tailor for each team. So that should not be a problem. All of our jobs IT related? No. The list of the jobs that I posted here in one of my slides are really IT focused, but there are a lot of other openings in management, in operations. I would really encourage you to send your CV to jobs_mu@sdworx.com or to myself, pretty.debbie@sdworx.com. We'll be happy to attend. Minimum qualification for internship is a bachelor's degree. Do we hire Indians living in Mauritius? Of course. We have no barriers in terms of employees. We do consider every CV that comes to us. Okay, so I'm struggling with the questions. Are there any DevOps opportunities? Yes, there are. Please send your CV. 2 years of IT and nearly done with my degree. There is full-time employment. All our employment are full-time. So do send your CV, we can have a chat. Are we recruiting data analysts with skills Tableau? Yes, please. Please send the CV. Training for diploma level, we can consider. Please have a talk or send your CV to jobs.mu. We can take it up from there. Do you have internship opportunities to international students? Indeed. Last year, we had 2 interns from Netherlands. So, of course, if you wanted internships in Mauritius and in SdWorx, please go ahead. We do have experience in that. And it went really well. If someone has an MBA and is about to finish 90 fresh graduates, stands a chance. Of course, let's talk. Do you have people in networking? We have a lot of positions in networking, which I haven't posted here. Final word, I think I have 1 minute left. Final word is, don't ask yourself a lot of questions. Just send your CV, we will assess, and we will contact you back. UX UI designer, yes, of course. We are recruiting UX UI designers. Nigerians from Middlesex, yes, of course. We have already 3 to 4 from Middlesex universities that are already onboarded at SdWorx. All right, so I think, okay, one more question. Customer lead specialist. Please try your luck. Please go ahead and apply for the role of customer lead specialist. I think my time will be up, so please note my details here and let's talk. Yes, we do have DevOps open positions. I mean, we have a lot of positions, more than 100 of positions open. Please send your CV. All right, my time is up. I thank you a lot. Do not hesitate. Call us, send us your CV via mail, and we'll attend to you. Take care. Bye.
Great. All right, so I think we might be live and on.
Hi, everybody. It's Karen and Louise here, and we are from Transition Hub, so delighted to be here. And thanks, Dina, for inviting us. So I think we might kick off, and this is going to be a 45-minute session. So you've had an introduction to a tech session with lots of opportunities there that we were watching as well as you. And now we're going to talk about soft skills and personal and professional development. So this part of your day is going to be all about discovering your potential. And it's such an important thing to be thinking about as you are, developing yourself and moving perhaps between careers or moving into a tech career. Karen and I are going to talk all about that personal skills part of your development and how important that is when you are putting yourself forward. So Transition Hub is a very new way of engaging with coaches to really help you develop your professional skills. It's a very different style of career transition. And if you think about the type of skills, in fact, I just heard Priti talk about the most important thing when they are recruiting is attitude. And that's not a tech skill. It's something that is absolutely all about you and who you are. And so that's what Transition Hub is all about, really helping you find the best in yourself, as well as networking and meeting up with people that will help network you into new opportunities. So Karen and I lead Transition Hub, and we've got lots and lots of coaches in Australia. We're presently sitting here in Australia, and I know that most of you will be in Mauritius, maybe also in a few other parts of the world, but it's lovely to be here with you. I'll hand over to Karen to say hi, and then we'll talk about what we're going to be doing for this next 45 minutes.
Great. Thanks, Louise. And so lovely to be here speaking with you all. And as much as we'd love to be hiring like other organisations, our real focus today is really to help you start to think about how you might position yourself for some of those opportunities that you're looking for. So we will be talking a lot around personal branding and really starting to think about how do you create that desired perception and what are those soft skills that you need to master that really complement those skills. So great opportunity for us to inject some new ideas and new ways of thinking about career transition for you. So our agenda for our 45 minutes, and we'll leave some time at the end for some questions because I'm sure there will be some. But when we think about this idea of personal brand, really another way of thinking about that is personal impact. And one of the ways in which we create personal impact is around that presence that we bring. And we often say that we know it when we see it, but it's kind of hard to define. And so today we want to demystify some of those elements that go into creating that sense of presence, and that really does drive that professional or personal or professional brand that you create. And a fundamental part of that is confidence. So we're going to be talking about that and how do you represent yourself in a very confident and holistic way. And then looking at that idea of personal brand, but very much in the context of being authentically you. This is not about putting forward a persona. This is about bringing the best of who you are into conversation, whether that's networking or it might be at an interview, but feeling really confident around, who you are and what you represent. So that's really the themes that we will cover today. So we were going to do a quick poll if we can make this work on our tech platform. Just keen to get a sense of a couple of questions. So let me hand to Louise, who's going to put those up on the screen and feel free to contribute your responses.
All right. So we're interested to find out how many of you that are attending today are actually making a career transition at the moment. So if you see that poll that's come up, hopefully you can see it. I can see you can because there are people answering now. So if you're in the middle of a career transition, or if you are planning for one, or maybe even if you've just sort of managed to navigate out of one, we'd really like to know. And that will give us a sense of how many of you are settled and happily working away, or perhaps thinking about what might be next for you. If you think about the world that we're in at the moment, and everybody's sort of in the same situation, there are opportunities coming, there are opportunities that have been lost. It's a very normal situation for you to potentially be, managing a career transition right now. And I think this session will really give you some good thoughts as to, well, when it is quite competitive out there, when there are minimal roles, how do you stand out? How can you, really make an impact? As Karen was saying, these personal skills are really what are going to sort of have people really, sort of really keyed into who you are and what it might be like working with you. So we've got, a bit of an even spread at the moment, actually. So 59% versus 41%. So a lot of you are making a career transition at the moment, and that's good to know. For those of you that aren't making a career transition, then you might be thinking about, well, what's the next role in my organisation for me? It might be about stepping up. It might be about standing out. It might be about developing some other skills so that you can perhaps navigate towards something that you might feel is more suited to you. So don't feel as though this is going to leave you out if you are happy and settled right now in a role. A good place to be. All right, so we'll keep that poll going. 64% yes at the moment, and 36% are not. So over to you, Karen. We might continue on.
Great. All right. So, I said a moment ago that this notion of personal impact or presence is kind of hard to define. And so we really wanted just to take a moment to introduce some concepts around what shapes it, what helps you create a sense of impact so that others see you as, confident and professional. And some of the things that we'll touch on throughout this session is really around those soft skills or personal qualities that drive your professional impact. And that's everything from your physicality. It's how you stand, it's how you carry yourself, how you step into a room. Your vocal energy says a lot about attitude. We convey emotion through our voice. Warmth, simple smile can go such a long way to creating that sense of openness. Including our body language. If we're open, there's that sense of approachability. Whereas if we are closed off, it makes people a little unsure about coming, towards us or engaging with us. And another aspect is being calm. When we're really nervous, that doesn't exactly convey a sense of presence. So, of course, the opposites to think about are those things that rob our presence. And one of the key things is the lack of eye contact. Now that occurs whether you are face-to-face or on Zoom. So even me demonstrating that if I was to look away from the camera and not speak directly to you, it changes the impact that I have and the impact that you receive. Nervousness, as we said, equally aloofness doesn't exactly engender you to people from a relationship sense. If you're the person that saps the energy out of the room, that's not really great for personal brand or impact. And the other is appearing distracted. And in this day and age, that's pretty easy with the amount of devices that we have in our hands. So when we think about presence, it's also about being present and being in that moment and really having that focus. So just a couple of thoughts around what really matters when it comes to personal impact. And that starts this foundation of self-awareness. So over to Louise, just to talk a little bit about, the channel that we need to turn on to be more aware of how we are coming across.
Yeah, exactly. It's really such a great guide. And I think, all of us as professionals, a really good thing to be remembering is that every day we are observing others, and every day we are being observed. So if we can actually switch on that channel that Karen just mentioned, where we are actually observing ourselves as well, we're really thinking about, how are we coming across? How are we being received? We're going to do an activity about that in a moment. But just to sort of think about that whole idea of using your own self-awareness as a really good guide. It's almost like you've got that inner coach on board with you every day. And, there's that opportunity for you to reflect and maybe even think about, well, how did that work for me? How did I feel that worked for them? It's almost that lovely coaching moment that you can offer to yourself versus waiting for somebody else to tell you or perhaps not tell you. So I do think self-awareness is one of the greatest guides that as professionals we can continue to develop. And that just gives us additional confidence that we're not going to be in a moment that we sort of realize, way after the event just didn't go too well. We can adjust if we need to. We can really observe others as to how they're receiving us. We can do something about it. So really, these next few activities and exercises for you that we're going to present today are all about you raising your self-awareness. And I think it'll be just nice for you to check in with these and then remember them long after today is over. So I'll hand back to Karen now.
Great. Thanks, Lou. And so with that self-awareness, one of the things that we really wanted to highlight is how to represent yourself in quite a holistic way in the conversations that you have, but also how you put yourself forward, perhaps whether that's in a meeting, it might be when you're presenting, it could be in the context of a job interview, really any time where you need to communicate that sense of brand and what you represent. There's a range of things that come into play that are really important. And I think this model is extremely important because many of you, not all, but many of you will see yourselves as subject matter experts and really as technical professionals. And so we're going to highlight perhaps another lens to see your skills through. So with this model, it's really about establishing credibility. And our question to you is, what do you typically lead with? Because often when we work and we coach people all around the world, and often when we're working with technical professionals, there is a strong emphasis on waiting for that moment to be able to demonstrate that technical expertise and not necessarily feeling confident to step forward outside of that. And our encouragement, our advice is to start to think a little bit more holistically about how you put yourself forward. And the center of this model is all about personal confidence. And that really is the core. So if you think of this as almost onion rings, the core of confidence is that real sense within you that you back yourself in any moment. And that confidence doesn't just come from your technical know-how. It can come from life. It can come from your sense of values, what you stand for, what you represent. So this sense of I have a right to be here, regardless of what the context of that conversation or that meeting or moment might be, that's one thing we want to encourage you to start to think about, because confidence really is that foundation of presence and impact and really being clear on your brand. Of course, technical skills are important, and it's a key element of our model, because it's our technical capability that really gives us a career foundation, and we build on that. And you're here today to build on that expertise, to look at new skills that you might develop in the context of the future of work. It's never been more critical. So it's important to stay attuned to our technical capability. It also, there is that sense of knowledge and experience and what we can draw on, whether we are giving advice, whether we are telling stories about our capability and pitching ourselves in an interview. That sense of what I've done before that is transferable into this situation is also a really important thing to be able to talk comfortably about. And then the last aspect, which is really our niche, is working on those personal skills that drive your professional impact. And that's that consummate professional. We're conscious of the way that we dress and represent ourselves. We're conscious of how we carry ourselves. Our voice, our eye contact, all of those things that really drive that sense of professionalism. And so the essence of this framework is that it isn't any one of those dimensions, but really all of them. And that's why we talk about this holistic nature of representing yourself and really thinking about, well, what is that professional brand that I'm putting out there that is above and beyond, or it extends beyond just your technical capability. So a nice framework just to keep top of mind. So back to Louise.
Lovely, thank you. So I'm actually, just before I do this next activity, I'm going to ask a second question. So I'm going to put up another poll. And this poll is really asking you to think about your skills that you feel strongest in at the moment. And I'm really just dividing this into two simple answers. And the poll I'm going to start now is simply to say to you, so do you think that you're stronger at the moment in your technical skills, or would you say that you are stronger in your soft skills? And at the moment, I'm asking you to just go, it's one or the other. I haven't given you a chance to give both. There will be people out there that will say, oh, actually, I'm pretty strong in both. And fantastic, that's exactly what we're looking for. That's exactly what we all need to be good at. Strong in our technical skills that we work hard to achieve. We probably go to study on those. We've picked them up as we've been developing our career. But our soft skills, now at the moment, it's so neck and neck. That's lovely. It's absolutely 21. Well, it's now moving on with the tech skills, dare I say. So there are people there all sort of saying, yeah, I'm pretty strong at my technical skills right now. And we are sort of giving you that idea that, well, great, but also let's work on the soft skills. We call soft skills personal skills, professional skills, human skills. It's those skills that we sort of grow up with and we are constantly working on as humans. And you'll hear us talk a lot about the future of work. And in fact, you are right in that right now, because, with the great technical capabilities that you have, you are enabling the future of work with your tech skills. And we're here to say that you will tell the story and you will engage as brand human in the future of work with your soft skills. So it's a really good combination to have. At the moment, we've got 62% stronger in tech and 40% stronger in soft. So let's think about how we can use that self-awareness and that softer side of you to think about how you are perceived. So let's go to this next activity. I'll leave that poll there for you. So we've talked a little bit about making an impact, and I know for all of you on the webinar today, I'm sure that's very front of mind. How can I make an impact in my career, and how can I make an impact positively on other people? Really, when you think about good tech is all about making an impact. It's all about reaching people in a way that's maybe streamlined or fun or instant. And, that's what we're actually looking for, whether it be tech or soft. So when it comes to perception, which is what we're going to focus on right now, going back to that self-awareness, I do want you to, even if you've got a pen and paper, or maybe you can write this on, something that's, handy to you right now, or maybe just put it in your mind. I want you to start to think about, if you were to ask some people that know you well, or you work with, or you have worked with, how do they perceive you? So what words do you think that they would use to describe you and your impact? And that might be, you are funny, you are, competent, you are technical, maybe you are genuine. So what words do you think someone would use to describe you and the impact that you make? And this is what we're going to call perception. And as we know, people, they arrive at a perception of you, of me, of all of us from basically what hits their eye or what hits their ears. So you might have a particular sound, a particular voice, a particular beautiful spoken voice, and people go, wow, I really associate that voice with someone who knows what they're talking about. You might walk into a room and light up that room. You might have that great smile. You might have fantastic posture. And people might set eyes on you and go, wow, I really want to get to know that person. They look really interesting. They look confident. They look like they know what they're doing. And that's something that we quickly sort of gravitate to because that gives us trust in a person really quickly. So back to existing perception, what would you think those words are that people would use to describe you right now? So present day. And I'd love you to write down just maybe 3 words. It's not going to be complicated, and it'll probably be that you'll come to those words pretty quickly. So just jot those down. So Karen, if I was going to ask you, how do you think people perceive you right now, what would you say? What do you think those words would be?
I think energetic, certainly.
Yes.
Positive would be another. And I would say like work ethic, something around just,
dedicated,
doing what I say I will do, delivering.
Committed. Exactly, yes. Now I'd agree with those. So that's a great example. So, okay, so everybody, that gives you an example, and that gives you probably enough time to have come up with yours. So I want you to just park that for a moment. Now I'm going to go to the top of this triangle, which says desired perception. So this is where we're going to ask you to really think deeply about yourself and think, okay, well, I know myself well. I know how I want to be perceived. What would I like people to be saying about me? When they're referring you to an opportunity and they're going to say, oh, I know this great girl, or I know this great guy. He or she are very A, B, and C. You're going to really like them. What do you think those words would be that you would like the people to be using about you? And this is going to be called the desired perception. So there's existing. That's the perception that happens without us really thinking about it. It's happening every day. And then there's the desired perception that, perhaps you could have a little bit more control over. So let's get some words down, and then we're going to compare the two. Now, it also too may be that those 2 sets of words are quite similar, and that's great. That's fine. But let's just see how it works out. So jot down maybe another 3 words that, would be how you would like to be perceived. And just whilst we sort of give you a moment, if Karen was to say, well, Louise, what do you, want people to be saying about you? So, she might be coaching me, and she might be asking me, well, okay, that's the existing perception that you've told me. What do you want people to be saying? And I guess if I was answering that, I would say I would like people to describe me or to refer me as kind, strong, and positive. So maybe they are 3 words that you could be using. And that's a bit of a balance, isn't it? It's a bit of an interesting one, kind and strong and positive. So that's my summary. So I'd love for you to have your own 3. And then we're actually going to really look at, well, okay, is there a little gap there? Is there a little bridge that we could build? And most often when we're coaching people, and we ask this question, every culture around the world, more often than not, there is a little gap. Because if we think about it, perhaps we are coming across as very technical, very dedicated to getting the job done. But are we actually coming across as someone who's really professional, well-rounded, and someone who's a good communicator? And, ultimately, that's what we want to wrap around these tech skills, like the model that Karen showed you a moment ago. So on the bottom right triangle point, it says strategies. And so this is where we get to say, well, what could I be doing a little differently? What could I do in order to really drive the desired perception? So this is you taking that little bit more, control over it, really thinking about it and thinking, well, okay, if I want to be perceived as kind and strong, what do I need to be doing? What does that look like? How do I walk up to somebody in the days that we could shake people's hands? How do I, smile and be really, engaged and empathetic at someone versus just get on with my job and not really be, asking how are you or, saying hello. So it's the little things that really make the difference. And what we love about this activity is that if you are clear on how you want to be perceived, then those strategies are really just at your fingertips. They're really not too far away from you. You're probably writing down strategies right now that you can think, actually, if I really remind myself of doing that, I will come across in the way that I want to be perceived. And that's where you get to set that up. You get to, really bring that to people. That's making an impact. And so that's what you can be working on. And, that next phone call that you make, even that next email that you write or that next message that you send, does that represent you well? Let alone when we do get to be face-to-face, and perhaps it is a face-to-face job interview, again, when the world returns to somewhat normal and we're actually, in the sort of physical presence of others. It is those things like your posture that comes into the room as either strong or pretty soft and unforgettable. Okay, so, or in fact, forgettable. Unforgettable would be more of the great posture. So strategies is important. So we've got existing, that's the day-to-day. Desired, that's on a great day, but we want to make that more every day. And the strategies are going to get you there. One more question that I'd like for you to ask yourself, and that is, if there was one quality that you felt was really a great quality of yours, one that you were really proud to display, it's something that you sort of wake up with every day. What's that one quality? And we'll call that the power of your presence. Something that people really remember you for, something that people really warm to, something that would never be far from the way that people describe you. So just write down that one as well. And really, that's a nice opportunity for you to then take that into a coaching session with somebody that you know or somebody that you could ask, can you just take me through this? I've done my thinking about this, but can you just take me through these questions? How am I perceived? How would I like to be perceived? What are the strategies? And let's just workshop that together, and you can do that for them as well. So that's the way we would take that through in an activity that we were facilitating. And it's a nice one for you to take away today. So it's a good place for me to hand back to Karen, and we will continue our chat.
Great, thank you. And so I think that the really important thing out of all that Louise was talking about is that idea that desired perception is really our best self. And so what we want to start to think about is, well, once you've identified what that authentic brand is, how do you live it? And one lovely acronym that we have created is this notion of this is who I am. And the I am actually stands for image, attitude, and meaning. And so if you think about living your brand, these are the ways that we display it. This is the way others experience it. And so the first is really around, representation. And that's everything from dress and professionalism, how you put yourself together, how you package yourself. And in this day and age, that's changing. Like if you work in a startup environment, it's going to be very different to if you're working with a big multinational bank. But no matter what you choose to wear, it really does make a statement about you. And so all of those principles of quality or distinction or the little touches that make that unique to you, all of those carry weight. Importantly, in this day and age, image online is also one of the factors that we all need to consider. So thinking about, it might be your LinkedIn profile for those of you that are on LinkedIn. What do you say about yourself? What's your story? How do you position yourself? Does it give people a sense of who you are, not just what you do? And importantly, image, we don't want things out there online that don't support our brand, that really robs us of that presence or professionalism. So image is important. Attitude is really key, and I think with Pretty highlighting that already, and I'm sure you'll hear that a lot through the organisational presentations throughout today. But attitude is key. Because, you know, if you think about hiring someone, you want someone that's got a real can-do attitude, there is a positivity, there's a responsiveness, all of those qualities convey that sense of attitude. You know, we don't want someone who's sluggish. We don't want someone who doesn't do what they say they'll do or under-delivers. And so that sense of attitude is really important. And interestingly, attitude is demonstrated through our body. So, you know, it's our presence and impact physically, it's our vocal energy, and it's the warmth in our voice, it's the smile, the openness. So all of these soft skills we started talking about really come through in this sense of, well, how do you live your brand? And then the last is meaning. And I think, you know, all of us, and particularly for those of you that are out there that are a younger generation, even to Louise and I, there's even a greater sense of desire for meaning. And that meaning can come from many places. It might be that you're wanting to work for a company that aligns with your values. You know, it might be that you've got a passion for climate change, or you've got a passion for international relations or refugees or whatever it might be. But it simply might be that you love working in a cutting edge tech environment, and that brings you meaning because you feel like you're creating change, or you're on the forefront of development that's going to, you know, advance the human race. Whatever it might be for you, it's really about looking for opportunities that have that sense of emotional connection or connection with your values, because two things: one, you will be most passionate in that environment, and secondly, you will be most powerful and happy. So that alignment really brings so much. You know, if any one of you is sitting in a job where you've just completely lost your passion, time to move on. You know, life is too short, and this is a time where change is possible. So, really encourage you to think about those three dimensions and how that really reflects that sense of this is who I am, because they're three kind of really core pillars in finding that sense of connection and authenticity between who you are and what you do for a living.
So that's a nice little way of sort of coming to a bit of Q&A, or, you know, certainly asking you, you know, what do you think really matters in your experience of, you know, looking for jobs and applying for jobs, and, you know, sometimes perhaps not getting any feedback and trying to work out for yourself, or how did that go, or, you know, what was I missing? And I think the point that we're making today is that it's never going to be just the need for various technical skills. Yes, you know, in the world that you're interested in, and I'm sure most of you, a lot of you on the webinar today are very interested in the tech, and you're doing great work around preparing yourself to work in tech roles. But you also need to be able to tell the story of what you're building, or you need to tell the story of what that data has come back, and how you've analysed that, and what that means, what we can learn from that. So, you know, be it communication skills, be it the skills we've talked about today, that self-awareness, that sense of knowing who you are and how you want to be perceived, that sense of pride, because all of that leads to confidence. And, you know, that is the icing on the cake. And if there are a lot of applicants for a particular role that you particularly want, then that person that does come with that well-roundedness, they've got the tech, they've got the skills, they've done the training, they've probably put it into action, but they've also got this ability to communicate. And that's what we're going to need as humans more and more, as we see roles becoming more automated and AI coming in and doing a lot of, in fact, a lot of you probably programming it, doing a lot of the work that humans used to do. And on one hand, that's, you know, an exciting place to be if you're developing that tech, but it's a scary place to be if, you know, perhaps tech is coming along and replacing something that, you know, used to be a role that someone you know had. So, you know, we're all about, let's prepare to be the most engaging, the most communicative, the most confident, grounded individual so that you do make an impact every single day of your working life and also your outside of work life. So any questions? We've come through to a point where we've got some time now for Q&A, and looks like the red light is on, so we will just check that out. Okay, does a deep voice make you appear professional? Well, that's a really good question. Let's talk about it from a woman's point of view to start off with. A deeper voice, so I'm probably not going to speak as deeply as a gentleman would speak, but if I am a professional female and I'm speaking with a resonance in my voice, so it's a grounded sound, it's a slightly lower sound. I'm not talking up here, because if I was up here, I was talking a little bit sort of breathy and hysterically, then that would not make me come across as a professional. For a fellow, we often hear people say, "Oh, you've got a great radio voice." What is it that when we're listening to the radio and there's the announcer or the podcaster has that really great voice for radio or podcasting? It is because it's in the deeper register. And it's something that, we really warm to. We love that, vibration that we can hear. It's not just a head voice. It's actually the full body is giving that lovely resonance. And it's also a voice that perhaps is not just deeper, but it's also well paced. And there's some great enunciation. So not sloppy sort of speech, but really well, presented speech. So, that, again, turning on your ear and listening to how you are sounding, even to you, is a great technique. So that's a good question. Anything to add there, Karen?
Yeah, look, I think just in terms of two simple things around that, my recommendation would be that, yes, it does impact professionalism, and the tip would be to speak lower and slower. So if you can master those two things, so exactly as Louise is saying, that depth in the voice, that sort of deeper register, but also it's about pace. And if you listen to any newsreader, they have mastered the lower and slower technique of vocal delivery.
Yeah, so that's a good question. And any other questions that you have, just drop them in the Q&A, and we'll certainly grab them. But as we get to sort of the point where we are rounding up, and I know that you've got so much more to do today and so many interesting people and interesting organisations to hear from, just really do think about the things that we've talked about, because even just those simple exercises, thinking about, well, how do I create a presence? And certainly don't stop thinking about that just because we're doing a lot of work online. It's really the time to think about that. How do I use my self-awareness to drive the impact that I want to make? So really be thoughtful about how you are impacting others. How are they responding to you? Open your eyes and have a look at, if you've got people around you, how are they? Are they listening to you? Are they turned off? It's an important thing to be able to evaluate as we go. And, and then just thinking about what are you leading with? How are you perceived? Those simple questions. So another
question coming in, Louise, around one is, if someone's naturally an introvert, how do you overcome the barrier? So we're going to just talk about the fact that that's the perception of yours, that it's a barrier. Now you have two facilitators today, and one is an extrovert and one is an introvert, believe it or not. So I'm going to hand to Louise to answer this question, as she's also an ex-professional ballet dancer. So she's had to get very used to being in the spotlight. So perhaps this is best from you, Louise.
Yeah, I definitely like to, how do we define an introvert? Okay, so an introvert is someone that is, very equally as happy in their own presence, their own space, quietly, just going about their day, as much as being with others. An extrovert gains their energy and their, sense of almost, energy is a good way of putting it, from other people. So if you are an introvert, I call myself a performing introvert. And, some of the best performers in the world are, in fact, introverts. Some of the most well-known Hollywood actors or Bollywood actors are, in fact, introverts, because they like to really bring it when they're performing, and I have no problem doing that. It might be the same as you if you are thinking of yourself as an introvert. But then if you're like me, then you like to step away from people and recover. And so, yes, an introvert is someone that can easily overcome their barrier to performing or being a good communicator and being a professional. The quietly powerful leaders, somebody who's more about you than them. How nice is it to be around them? So, yeah, don't be worried at all about being an introvert. Just learn to perform. Okay, Karen, what else? One more there. Yes.
Now we've got another curious question. So one person's asked, what about using the tipper muscle for your voice? Does that work? And I'm going to say I don't know what a tipper muscle is, and I just Googled it, and Google didn't know what a tipper muscle is. So any elaboration on that in terms of exactly where you mean, we're happy to add some thoughts. But any other questions in the meantime that we can keep responding to?
And Dina has a question. So what are the specific skills or qualities that are most sought after during an interview? And we always say, go in really prepared to lead with something. So when someone says, would you like to just, introduce yourself, then you are not having to think about that on the spot. You're ready with that. You know what you'd like to say. And in fact, what you do say should guide the interview from there on in. So if you are highlighting a couple of interesting things to the right, length of time, not going on and on and on, otherwise they'll be like, yeah, okay, enough now. But just the right amount of time, so a little nice summary, whatever you highlight, you should expect and in fact command, almost hope that people will ask you more about that. So, don't hesitate to drop in some interesting things. Some, what makes you unique and some background that you've had. It might be something interesting. Like I would probably say, my first career was a professional ballet dancer. And, as Karen mentioned just now, that in the other person's mind conjures up ideas that they might then ask more about that. What was that like? What do you do with that now? A couple of those questions are often asked. So, yeah, I think some qualities that are really personable, good listening, but come prepared with something so that you're not like when they say, can you tell us about yourself? Like, oh, what do you want to know? So, yeah, be ready for that.
Yeah, and I think being at ease, being comfortable in your own skin to be able to, again, we talked about that notion of I have a right to be here. So it's not with arrogance by any means, but it is with confidence and that ability to then have a bit of a two-way dialogue, even though you are, the interviewee. It's about rapport, it's about trust, it's about relationship. And those sort of interpersonal skills are really important.
Exactly. So you can be practicing those every day. You can be practicing them with your friends, your family, your children, your mum and dad. So yeah, it's a really, that's the thing that we love about the soft skills. One last one. Okay, do you think that, do you think maybe confidence is something that can be nurtured and trained? I'm going to suggest that that's what Kupla means. Yes, let's go with that. So yes, I do think that it is something that can be nurtured and trained. So confidence and presence, these are things that are developed as we, move into our professional life. And the earlier that you develop them, the well-rounded confident skills to be able to engage in conversations, to know when to listen, to ask good questions, to come prepared, all of those things, that's what you're nurturing and developing them every day. So don't shy away from them and don't think that it's just tech that's going to land you that great job. You need a combination of both, for sure. So we are on the 1:15. Is that our timing that we are needing to hand over? I don't want to run into anyone else's time. Maybe that is our time. I think we have 45 minutes. So I guess we will sort of start to say our goodbyes. And we've put a little handout on the handouts upload for you so that it gives a little introduction to Transition Hub. If you are thinking about yourself as a coach or you think that there's a an opportunity for you to do a couple of different jobs, and coaching is one of them, then we love developing coaches, and we think that bringing coaches together to work as a team to really help people develop these softer skills and communication skills and professional skills, that's a wonderful offering. So that's what we're doing with Transition Hub all around the world. And, we look forward to hearing from you if you're interested in that.
Absolutely. So we wish you well on your career journey, and you are in the right place today to learn lots about both the skills, but also the opportunities. So good luck. I hope you really enjoy the day.
Yes, absolutely. Really nice to have been with you, and thanks again for inviting us. And all the very best. We'll see you soon. Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Mauritius, one of the most dynamic economies in Africa, a success story of political, social and financial stability. Think about it. We had nothing, no minerals, no oil or precious stones. So what made this success? You won't find it here or here. Come closer. It's a story about people.
If you ever call my name, I will answer.
It's about our openness. It's in our DNA, proud of the multicultural origins of our people from Europe, Africa and Asia. Our capacity to live and work together, our agility to do business with the world, our entrepreneurial drive and resilience define who we are. We are MCB.
You're stranded in the rain, I will shelter.
And in financial news, the unique global offer in financial expertise of MCB, the leading bank of Mauritius since 1838, has made them one of a few investment-grade banks in Africa, weighing in an over $2 billion capitalization.
And just like Mauritius, our real value lies in our people and in our commitment.
If you ever call my name, I will answer.
Today, our natural openness to the world allows us to empower new ventures in Africa and beyond. Our unique global perspective opens endless possibilities for international business.
So I'm going to present what MCB is doing. And first of all, I will introduce myself. I'm Patrice Servet. I'm the head of technology at MCB. And the first slide will be around a quick introduction about MCB. I guess, as most of you will know, MCB is a long-established financial institution here in Mauritius. We have been very dynamic, not only here in Mauritius, but also in the Indian Ocean, with now presence in Seychelles, Madagascar, Mauritius, Maldives, and also some partnerships in Africa. We have currently over 3,600 employees at MCB. And we have received many rewards, many recognition around our services, our products over the years. Obviously, we are first a bank and a banking institution, but we do have other subsidiaries and other activities. And as you will see in the next slide, in this career fair event, you will see that we have other subsidiaries that are also involved, like ICPS, our cards processing entity, working with around 30 banks across Indian Ocean, across Africa, and even Asia. We also have our consulting subsidiary that is operating in 37 countries, mainly around banking applications and banking products, but we do have activities in other sectors as well. So our colleagues from ICPS and MCB Consulting will also be present during this fair, and you can ask them questions in the respective channels. So at MCB, what are we doing? So if you ask the CEO what are the three priorities for the group, he will answer those three that you see currently on the screen, which are extend our frontiers, work with partners globally on our activities, work and nurture our values and deliver on our brand promise. And he will mainly mention about delivering a world-class customer experience through digital. So we are investing a lot on our digital capabilities in terms of the services and the offering to our customers, in terms of our employees, in terms of upskilling our capabilities, in terms of financial investment, and also in terms of enhancing our digital maturity. So you will see in the next slides some of the activities and some of the services we have initiated a few years ago. So our focus in this digital transformation is to change the way we are delivering services to our customers, is to change the way we are working in the bank, and the way also we are collaborating with partners locally and internationally. And also change the way we are building our systems and the way we are using our data. So we are really into developing and building new capabilities, new skills, and all this is going through is being done via transformation in our culture, with a focus on agility, on simplicity, and putting the customer at the center of what we are doing. So some of the capabilities that we have built over the years. So we have now a large community of agile coaches internally and externally, and they are working with us on ensuring that this methodology is not applied only for a few individuals, but is adopted and is used across the bank. So we have, for example, today around 400 to 500 people that are using and applying the agile methodology on a daily basis, that are doing stand-ups, that are doing ceremonies as per the agile manifesto. We are focusing, as I mentioned earlier, on upskilling our people. We have a digital academy that has been put in place for some time now already. And we are having a long-term, I would say, commitment around training, around development for our people. We are obviously also hiring talents. We focused for the last months on data scientists because that's something which is very scarce. And we are working on also recruiting other talents, and we'll come to this a bit later in this presentation. So first on our digital factory, which is our flagship that we launched in June 2018. So this is really where we are testing, we are trialing some of the new concepts. And this is where we started our digital transformation. So our focus with this factory was to deliver end-to-end customer journeys, end-to-end customer products, and centralize all this innovation into a single place. So since then, we have been working from the factory and obviously now from other parts of the bank and of the group. We have been working in building teams, building squads that are what we call cross-functional. So we have teams like the team you see there, which this team is the Juice Pro team. We have teams that are having people coming from the business, people coming from technology, people coming from design, people coming from the customer lab, and all together they are working on delivering a complete end-to-end customer journey. So some nice pictures about our, I would say, our testimony on the agile way of working. So we are trying to make this a fun place with some success. And even you see the CEO is coming from time to time and is enjoying some of the events that are happening there. And again, as I mentioned earlier, we are trying to expand this this new way of working. We are trying to expand those ceremonies across the bank, and not only, I would say, in a specific place at the factory. So today, as I mentioned, we have around 400 to 500 people working as per this methodology, following those ceremonies, and it has proven quite successful. During the lockdown, there was no slowdown, as it's mentioned here. All our employees are equipped with laptops, are equipped with headsets, are equipped with whatever we need in order to operate from home. And even though we had some challenges, we were all able to continue in our deliveries and be able to help the economy and to help the lives of our customers. Some of the ecosystem activities that we are promoting with this new way of working. So we are hosting quite a lot of events locally and internationally. Obviously, there is a bit of slowdown with the current coronavirus pandemic, but we are still involved in many of those activities, whether it's about fintech, whether it's about digital payments, whether it's about any specific partnership and activities with sponsors. Yeah. Some of the achievements that has been noted recently, or some of the work we are currently carrying on. We are working on some of the top technologies, and we'll come to that in a few minutes. And we are, I would say, delivering for our customers. We are not working on obscure applications that are used in Europe or in some other countries. We are working on products, on services, on apps that are directly used by Mauritians, that are directly being used by our customers here in Mauritius. So we are working on open banking architecture and open banking applications. And hopefully you will see soon on the market some very inspiring technologies and game-changing technologies that will facilitate payments and that will facilitate integration with third parties. We are also working on cutting edge technologies with our partners, for example, around KYC, around digital signature, around scanning, around OCR, and some of those new technologies you can have on the cloud. We obviously are there also to support the economy, and the economy in good times and the economy when it's about challenging times like it is today. So with the during the COVID, at the beginning of the COVID crisis, the teams were able to, I would say, adjust their work, and they were able to focus on delivering a household a support scheme in less than 3 weeks, and we were able to deliver an online platform so that people can apply for loan repayment relief from their mobile tablets or laptops. So this was actually one of the great achievements from the team, is to be able to redirect their effort into something that would simplify the life of our customers. We are also working. We are working on many other platforms, but I will just maybe mention about Juice Pro, which is our new mobile banking platform for our business banking customers. So this was launched earlier this year. And this is entirely developed locally here in Mauritius, and the team developing the app was the team you saw earlier in the slide. And we have also some teams working on smart approve applications. We have also teams working on SME account opening, how to open an account online and get your account processed and opened and get your card, your transaction card, for example, in less than 2 days. So that's what we are doing here. Also, obviously, we have our Juice application. So we have a brand new app that is coming soon, and the team is also working on it here in Mauritius, and the app should be released earlier next year, and you will see also a brand new customer experience with this new version. So that's what we are doing here at MCB, and as I mentioned, all those apps, all the developments we are working on are directly being used by the Mauritians, are directly being used by the customers, and you can, I would say, directly feel the feedback from our users, our customers. When something is working, it's very rewarding. When something is not working, it's sometimes challenging. But that's what we like, is to have direct feedback from our customers and from our users. We are also working on advanced analytics, building capabilities, as I mentioned earlier. We have those are some of the use cases we worked on with our data scientists, and we are still looking at more and more scientists to join the team. Some of the technologies we are using. So it would be a long list to put all of them on the page. So we just focused on some of the, I would say, the ones where we need people because we feel there is a shortage of skills internally, and potentially it's also a bit difficult to find it in the market. So we are really doing and managing all those technologies internally. We are not relying on external vendors to do that. So we do app development ourselves. We do workflow automation and workflow development ourselves. We are using a containers platform for all our development. Our platforms are either hosted internally on our premises or also on the cloud. So that's what we are currently working on, and that's where potentially we will need skills in order to join the team. So in this career fair, we have a few openings, and our recruitment team is there to answer all your questions. I believe there is a specific section where you can actually get in touch with them, contact them, and they will be able to answer all your questions. But in the meantime, I can also try to answer the questions you may have around what we are doing here at MCB. So I will first focus on the evolution prospects for employees in the IT sector. So it's a good question. So there are quite a few options actually we have developed over the years. So you have the option to become an expert on your skill, become a senior engineer, become, for example, what we call a master engineer. Or if you are, I would say, willing to move to a more management leadership type kind of position, you can move to also to a team leader role, engineering lead role, chapter lead role, or those kind of specific leading roles. You have also the option to move into more business-related roles if you have an interest into the business, or if you develop an interest into the business. So there are definitely a range of careers that are available. You can also move to testing, for example. You can move to architecture. So there are a variety of roles that are available. Yes, graduate trainee scheme. So we do have, as I mentioned earlier, we do have a digital academy where we take interns on board and junior developers, and we put them through this academy where over a period of time, 6 months, 1 year, they have the ability to gain skills, to become more experts in specific skills in specific areas, with the option also to get specific trainings and diplomas in a way. Yeah. So for the benefits, I would recommend you have this discussion with our recruitment team. They will be able to answer all your questions around the structure of the salary. Requirements for the openings. So there are different positions available, as I mentioned, whether it's in on the agile side, whether it's on the development side, whether it's on the design side. I would suggest you get in touch with the recruitment team that is there somewhere in this, and they will be able to answer all your questions in this career fair. So how to apply? There must be a link somewhere on this digital career fair where you can do the application and even get in touch with the MCB recruitment team. Yes, we have a UX team and a UX section as well. We have quite a large team now working on UX UI, and we have developed our capabilities over the last 2-3 years. We have developed it quite a lot. So please, you can get in touch with the team in order to get to know more about this digital academy and specifically around those skills that we are looking for. So this is the links. This is the link. Thanks, Dina. This is the link for the application. Yeah. For junior BI, so there must be specific roles around business intelligence. So yeah, please better check with the team there in order to see exactly what are the openings. On the testing side, so we have a specific QA chapter in place with I would say quite a wide range of services going from manual testing, which are more focused on functional side, and automation. We have developed our automation strategy and our automation capabilities quite a lot also. So for all our web developments, our mobile developments, all those testings are also automated. And we are working with the development team on building the automation as part of what we are doing, whether it's on unit testing, whether it's on integration testing, etc., etc. Yes, we are hiring expats. Actually, we are not really looking at the nationality in a way. We have a large community of expats coming from different part of the world. So that's not at all an issue for your application. So I believe, Dina, that's probably the end of the session. Okay. So thanks a lot. And as I mentioned, do not hesitate to get in touch with the MCB team as part of the link that was shared by Dina on the career fair. Okay, thanks. Bye-bye. See you soon.
Thanks, Dina, for asking us here today. My name is Fiona Murphy, and I'm from Sun Life. Okay, Murphy, and I'm from Sun Life Financial, which is a company with offices throughout the globe, dealing in insurance and wealth management. I am a senior project manager for the security area, diverse areas of security. Today, I am joined by Matthew George, who is the CEO and founder of VigiTrust. Matthew is an expert in risk and risk management and intelligence. There's a various position of the French Irish Chambers of Commerce for the information security area. Welcome, Matthew.
Thank you.
Stephanie is the VP of Cyber for Prescient. They are an intelligence and risk firm. We are very lucky to have Stephanie with us today. Stephanie is joining us from Chicago this morning and talking with us today. So our focus today really is on innovations in technology and how we can secure those for both businesses and consumers. And what are the various innovations that are to be aware of from both the business and consumer?
I'm sorry, Fiona, you're kind of breaking up, but I think the question was what are the innovations in security right now from business and consumers? So I might start.
Can you hear me?
Yep. So maybe I'll start answering that question. I think that from a business perspective, there's a lot of talk about artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, quantum computing, distributed ledgers and blockchain, as well as some new emerging cloud technology. Cloud has been around for a long time, but there's loads of new technology coming out. And so from a consumer, it's a case of getting access to new ways to work with their with companies, and also we've seen since the beginning of COVID that a lot of companies have digitized everything that they do, and so they went from having maybe a few services online to having many services online, new services, and all of these essentially increase your risk surface, meaning that the more services you offer on apps, on cloud-based solutions, and so on, the bigger your risk surface. And so there's loads of opportunities in security from that perspective.
So Matthew, you had said there's quite a lot of technologies out there, and that companies have to get their head around. Companies do to try and understand what those technologies are out there and how they can get ahead or try to get these.
Yeah, so there's different ways to stay abreast of what's happening. So from a company perspective, there are a number of innovation platforms and forums that you can join. We heard the previous speaker talk about their innovation and their labs, and there are a lot of organizations that do that and make that information available in the public domain. From a consumer perspective, or in fact from a job seeker perspective, there's a lot of good associations that you can join and that you can work with. For instance, the ISSA, which is the International Association for Software Security People. There's ISACA, there's ISC Squared, and many others that will actually cover security and risks. But equally, there are a lot of private groups and also advisory boards. Like, for instance, we run a global advisory board where we invite people to come in and talk about innovation. And if you're in the security field, you can apply to join. I think you'll find that there's a lot of collaboration in the industry. And so if you really want to stay abreast, if you really want to keep your finger on the pulse, it's kind of it's not necessarily difficult. I think that I suddenly spend easily 20% of my time doing networking with other security folks and people that work in compliance.
Okay. And Stephanie, I know from previously speaking with you, you would have this there, networking or trying how you would, I suppose, understand the risk of implementing new innovative technology. Anything else out there that had to?
Yeah, I would absolutely echo what Matthew said, that becoming involved in those industry associations and networking within the community is invaluable. In addition to that, I'd probably just add that there are groups that provide roundtable type discussions that will allow people that share a similar title, like a CISO, to all join at no cost to them and network with their peers, as well as to suggest vendors that they've had personal experience with and would recommend to the group. And then oftentimes the other company, the vendor, will come and speak. And, it's a really great bubble to ask those really important questions within that smart group and get a really good feel for their personal experience with those vendors as well.
And if I can add one thing to that, the other platforms where you can get information is
very good. Okay, thanks, Stephanie. Yeah, that's very good as well. Yeah, and they're well connected throughout. I think the things we hear from law enforcement is that they rely to and relationships across global law enforcement. So that's it's a good way to stay connected. Any barriers with regards, I suppose, implementing any that you would see, Matthew or Steph?
So I think that sometimes when you look at new technology like AI or machine learning, the whole idea is to essentially get those systems to learn how you acquire data, manipulate data, transform data, and then potentially get rid of data when you're finished, all in a compliant way, obviously, with privacy regulation. One of the challenges is that organizations may not actually understand the data ecosystem. So they have all those different silos of data, different applications. They may have a lot of unstructured data that they could use through AI. And then when AI experts come in or machine learning experts come in, the first question they'll ask is, have you mapped out your data ecosystem? We need to understand what data you have so that we can see the value add of AI and ML to bring it to the next level. And so I think that companies are having to re-engineer potentially, but mostly at the start, they need to understand their ecosystem. And it's a very good exercise to do anyway. But until you do it, you won't get any value out of AI or ML. There's a lot of background work to do. So to your question, I think that sometimes organizations are not ready for the new technologies, and they need to go back to the drawing board a little bit before we can actually maximize on it, you know.
Yeah, I would add to that I think, you know, obviously the cost of things always comes up, but I think that even more so than that, sometimes one of the barriers would be like a buy-in from leadership, and I think that's where it's really important for the technical experts to have that business acumen to be able to speak to the board and the leadership team and show them the true business case for what they're trying to accomplish with these new technologies. And, you know, to Matthew's point with the roadmap, to create a risk roadmap in, you know, in terms of what they'd like to attack first, instead of just trying to, you know, swallow the elephant whole.
Yeah.
And that's true. You do see that out in the industry, that it's, you know, sometimes security teams often say things are happening, and then they, you know, they get their money thrown at them. So it is important. I do agree with you that they, you know, that they do build the business case that security people can talk what it actually means to the business and their consumers. But with regards to that, a big thing is around awareness and training and education in companies, these new technologies. Anything, Stephanie, you think that companies can do to build awareness and I suppose train their employees with regards consumers can do to be more aware?
Sure. You know, I think you have to really take a multi-learning approach where you really have to kind of diversify how you learn and how you share information. Obviously, the normal email phishing scams and all that, kind of let people know what those look like, give them a real life example of those, create those awareness trainings. But in addition to that, I think it's always really helpful, and at Prescient, we do this too, to really kind of cross acclimate the teams so that they understand what each other's roles are and the jobs are. I think it helps the security team better protect, and I think it helps the other teams have a better understanding and awareness for cybersecurity and other types of protective measures for that data, to really kind of walk a mile in the other person's shoe and really understand what that looks like. So just to really collaborate a lot, I think helps the other side understand quite a bit more.
I see here things, you know, about multi-factor authentication and you know, taking that. Are they aware of what that is? Are they aware of, you know, things like the Internet of Technology? You know, the Internet of Technology is a house. What do consumers need to be more aware of, and how, I suppose, how can we build Stephanie's point with regards to that?
So I think maybe the question was for me. I'll go first anyway. So you know, some of the new technology is not necessarily daunting for end users. Like when we talk about multi-factor authentication, we use this day in, day out, you know, for banking. Everybody's using that. We can use it for social media. So, you know, we have been using that technology for a long while. With regards to your point on the Internet of Things, everything being connected, I think that it's very likely that any of us listening today is surrounded by 3, 4, potentially 5 connected devices within 1 meter radius of themselves. And then within their own home, they'll probably have 15 to 20 connected devices. Now, if you look back 2 years ago, that was only about 5 for the whole home. You look forward now, 2 years from now, you will most likely have 30 to 50 devices that are connected, not even counting all of the connected devices in your car. So that technology is there around us. Going back to the point of awareness, we need to make people aware of the fact that as they increase their technology, they increase the risk surface. So simple advice is do not use default passwords. Make sure that everything is connected using encryption and VPNs. Make sure that you don't put data on very small systems that can't be upgraded. And if you've finished using a device, don't leave it connected. Like if you buy the latest upgrade because it's easier, it's cheaper, it's typically cheaper to buy a new one, then don't leave the old one connected, because that's just a loophole in your own personal infrastructure.
Is there anything you like with regards to consumers and their technology they use at home?
Sure, just double checking. So to piggyback on what Matthew said, I totally agree with all of that. One thing that I will mention that's not going to be a very popular opinion amongst companies, but I think from a cybersecurity standpoint, it would be nice for companies to limit the amount of data that they collect. And that's a really good way to keep things much safer. Because you don't have it to be stolen if it doesn't exist. I think that's one way, in addition to protecting and encrypting and all of those great things that we do to try to, to protect the data. I think knowing what the data is and all of that, and kind of just scheduling your regular assessments and all of those pen tests and all of those things to make sure that your internal teams are constantly the ones that are finding the weaknesses rather than the bad guys. I would also add on to the last of it as to, from a company standpoint, to train your customer service staff to be as much of a protector as a pleaser. We're seeing with companies like Twitter where the customer service staff ended up being the weak link and people getting into the system. And it wasn't even a technological weakness. The people did everything they were supposed to with their two-factor authentication or any of that. And the weakness came from social engineering. So teaching consumers all of these little tricks, I think, is the key to making sure that they can stay safe and that they recognize these things and they know what they look like.
Consumers to understand the red flags for sure. I suppose customer service centers points of contact every single day, and I think race that we should teach them to learn about the red flags, and social engineering. That's it. Thank you. I suppose I'll put this to both of you. In your companies, how do you innovations in technology? How do you keep your employees on the pulse?
Matthew, would you like to go first?
No, go ahead.
So with us, it's just, it's policies and all of those things, have a roadmap for what you'd like it to look like in a perfect world. And then beyond that point, to test those policies and procedures, make sure that they actually work. If they're not functional, then they're not helpful to have. In addition to that, I would say Prescient has a really cool thing that we do, because so much information passes through us, that we have a repository that's central to the team, that we can all kind of access that training and that awareness. It could be in the form of articles, it could be news stories, it could be best practices or tips for certain things, it could be favorite webinars or anything we do, but we do have a shared repository that we kind of come together. And to the earlier point, we work really in a converged way with our different teams, where we will come together and basically train one another. So my due diligence team will have a presentation or some kind of training, and that helps me understand their world and what they do better. And cyber will present to other people. So it's really, really a collaborative approach and a lot of communication going between departments. So that really seems to help us stay aware of things.
Yeah, from our perspective, it's reasonably similar. We also try to bring a little bit of fun in it, and we
that's great.
Security storytelling Fridays where somebody will actually share some kind of breach or incident that they've heard about during the week, and we can try and all learn from it.
Thank you very much for your responses today. Work from home environment these days. So I appreciate everything. Take care, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks all.
So we're going to start a presentation. Sorry, so we're going to do it in French. So if you want it to be in English, or if you wanted to switch to English, if you have any questions on what we're going to present and you want some explanation, please do it in the Q&A and we will answer it afterwards. We expect you to understand French. If you don't, the slides are in English, so it should be okay for you to follow in English and ask the questions if it's not clear in the Q&A. Okay? Donc bonjour à tous, j'espère que vous nous entendez bien. Donc je suis Hélène Platel, je suis Chief Technical Officer de TFTS, donc Total Fleet Technology and Services, qui est une société de Total, donc une filiale de Total, c'est une filiale IT. Donc, on va vous parler de notre compagnie dans ces prochaines minutes et vous présenter grosso modo ce qu'on fait. Voilà, donc le programme. On va vous présenter Total en 2 minutes. Vous connaissez sûrement nos stations-service si vous êtes à Maurice, donc vous les connaissez, vous les voyez, mais nous on fait pas que ça. Donc, on va vous présenter ce qu'on fait. Les challenges de la mobilité, donc c'est le sujet de Total Fleet Technology and Services. Donc on va vous présenter un petit peu l'écosystème métier, ensuite notre compagnie et notre process de recrutement. Donc on va passer à la vidéo, vous avez dû voir quelques images déjà. Alors.
With more than 20 years' experience in fuel card and fleet management through its subsidiaries around the world, Total is proposing today a new fully connected solution combining the benefits of a fuel card and a fleet management solution. With My Fuel Plus, manage remotely your fleet in complete autonomy thanks to your new customer portal, more simplicity and services at your hand. Get full control over the creation and management of your cards, prepaid or postpaid offer, authorizations, restrictions, controls. The possibilities are endless. Opt for a totally secured system through non-duplicable chip cards with secured PIN, the tag option for vehicle identification, or the secret driver PIN option, and be instantly alerted in case of suspicious transactions. Organize your fleet according to your internal organization through division management. Consult your driver's transactions with precision, track your consumption thanks to reports, and find all your invoices online. And that's not all. With My Fuel Plus, we go further by offering you even more flexibility and control thanks to online services. Benefit from improved financial control with live credit allocation and cards management. Consult in real time all the transactions carried out by your fleet. Customize and receive SMS alerts as per your need, even after each transaction made by one of your drivers. And discover a new digital means of payment without the physical card through the one-time password by SMS. Looking for more? In the next following months, new key features will upgrade the current range of functionalities and will take it to a whole new level. My Fuel Plus. More mobility, more control, more simplicity to save time and money safely. Want information? Do not hesitate to contact your dedicated team. We hope to welcome you soon.
Donc, on s'est trompé de vidéo. Donc ça, c'est la vidéo qu'on voulait vous montrer sur notre produit. Je vais vous partager la vidéo sur Total. Vous allez bien comprendre ce qu'on fait chez Total. Désolée sur ça. Ça, vous avez pris un petit peu d'avance. Le temps que la vidéo charge. Donc, par contre, ce que je vais vous demander, c'est de bien vous rappeler de cette vidéo, parce que je ne vais pas la rejouer forcément quand je vais vous présenter le produit. Je vais vous présenter le produit. Donc là, c'est en train de charger. La vidéo de Total va arriver. Vous allez comprendre les grands enjeux.
Energy is essential to human life. It also drives progress. At Total, energy is our business. We are a leading international oil and gas company and a major player in low-carbon energies. We explore for, produce, transform, market and distribute energy in a variety of forms to serve the end customer. And we operate in more than 130 countries. How are we providing concrete responses to the challenges of the next 20 years? How can we meet the energy needs of a growing population? How can we tackle climate change? And how can we adapt to new consumer habits and customer expectations? By supplying an energy mix combining natural gas, oil and renewables. And by improving the energy efficiency of our facilities and products to limit their impact on global warming. And also by leveraging our closeness to customers, by anticipating their needs and helping them use energy more responsibly. In short, our 98,000 employees are committed to supplying affordable, reliable, clean energy to as many people as possible. Our ambition is to become the responsible energy major.
We are actually have a lot of service stations that you see, and we are giving you a bit of numbers. So you see, we have a lot of service stations in Europe, but the number of service stations over there is decreasing. But what we do is extend the number of service stations in other area of the world, so Asia, in Africa and Americas. Et je suis passée en anglais. Vous voyez, on est une compagnie internationale. So, our business challenges. So I'm going to explain a bit of the business of the cards and then explain what we do related to that in Total Field Technology and Services. So as you probably know, if you see this little red card over there on the left, on top left, this is our card. It's a private card where you can pay for your fuel, some services in the service stations with this card. This card is for Total allows to support network activity. It means that when we sell with this card, we ensure volumes, and it ensures that the people are going back, because since it's a private card, you can only pay with this card outside of Europe in Total service stations. And also it also is a mean for us to attach other services to this card. So the card business is really mature in Europe, and it's still developing outside Europe, even if you have seen it because I know it's the Total Card is available in Mauritius for some companies. It still has a great potential of growth outside of Europe, and where we have more than 50 countries that currently have a retail service stations. So if I give you a little some numbers, we have are quite close of 900,000 active cards, and with around 200,000 customer accounts. 3 zones, what we call the zones, are the continents outside of Europe, and 50 affiliates. So the card strategy must be supported by a strong IS solution. And that's where TFTS comes to play. So Total Technology and Services comes to play. The strong IS solution must be able to cater for the new habits. So everybody has a smartphone, and now you expect to pay with the smartphone. So some of my colleagues and some of the people in my team presented earlier in one of the sessions, the cashless payment at service stations. That's one of the services that we provide. IoT, the vehicles now are connected, and they propose services. So why don't we use it? Uber, so Uber in English. Uber has really disrupted the market. Now you have a big fleet of driving of cars. In Mauritius, you have My Chauffeur. The mobility is changing. The way you use your car is changing. The way you want to move is changing. The companies have fleet approach. They want to optimize the fleet. They want to optimize their cost. And the governments usually ask them to optimize the cost through the carbon consumptions. The scope of mobility also is going to change. We have energy, multiple energy. Electric cars are now a reality. You can see some of them in every countries. They are quite expensive still, but we expect that they will become more affordable. Alternative transport modes, so the leasing, car sharing, carpooling, or the bus, even the bus. In Mauritius, you have Metro, which started last year. So those new ways of transport, they have to be integrated on the way we handle mobility. And we expect that autonomous vehicles, like the Google car, is going to change the mobility. And this, as an energy provider, as we showed in the video, we need to be able to cater for. So our card, the Total Card, the one that currently is the fuel card, we want to bring it up to a mobility card by adding new services. So the fuel card, you can do global invoicing, check the fraud, something that is done with a usual card. And what we want is to increment this card, and to add new services. New services like new energy, mobility services, even the cashless payments. All right. So strong IS behind that, because that's the promise. Okay, that's the promise, and we need to have a strong IS. So that's what TFTS is doing. First of all, we are not Total Mauritius Limited. We are not the marketing and services company. We are an IT company. TML, so Total Mauritius, is one of our internal clients. So they're going to use our IS solutions. We are an IT affiliate, 100% Total. Our mission statement is to support the affiliates achieving the Total Card Goal strategy outside Europe. So to move from card to mobility. That's why I made a long introduction regarding mobility, Total, and what are the challenges we need to tackle, because that's what we're going to face. So how we support those affiliates? It's by providing a cutting-edge payment technology solution and the means to add to these payment technology solutions a new services and fully integrated services. So you have already seen the video at the beginning. So what we are providing is the MyFuel solution, where everybody can pay in the service stations using the card. I hope you still have it in mind. It kind of breaks the flow of the presentation. I'm sorry about that, but I'm sure you can have it, replay it if you want, since the presentation is recorded. So from Mauritius, and I insist it's from Mauritius, it's the people are Total, and in Mauritius, we are delivering a full scope of services for the affiliates. We have a software development team, and that's where we are looking for some profiles, and operation team to do the development, support, invoicing, audits. And we cater for all affiliates outside of Europe, and we have ambitions to expand still our area of services. So 50 countries, and the number of cards are already said, and customer that I've already said before. All right. So I am going to hand over to Claudine.
Thank you, Hélène.
And regarding the job positions, so you have the list of the job positions that are available right now on the career fair. We're looking for developers. We're looking for a Scrum Master. We're looking for UX. We are looking for a product owner. Thank you, Claudine. We are looking for implementation. So since we need to support our deployments, we're looking for implementations, experts, and project managers. So if you support officers also. Right. So please, if you think you are you are eligible for these positions, don't hesitate. For the ones we will have other openings that will be coming soon, because we are a brand new company. Total is it's been only 1 year that we are in Mauritius for the IT. So we are setting up the company. So we will have other positions in the next year. So have a look on the job hiring platform. We will update with new positions. So if I think we are done with our presentations, we're going to look at the questions and answers. QA.
I didn't see any question and answers now, but if you want, just do not hesitate to send us a question.
I see. So regarding the positions, since we have no question and I love to talk, so I'm going to talk. So one of the technology we are working on is we benefit from the Total being a company. We benefit of a global group contract with Microsoft. So we have a very big partnership with Microsoft Azure, and we expect we will give you skills on Microsoft Azure. Sorry, I was a bit was looking at the question also that came up. Is French a prerequisite in your recruitment process? So that's a good question. Total is a French company, so expect French to be spoken around here. You see, my English is good, but it's not perfect. Donc oui, le français, c'est important, mais si vous avez un niveau de français et vous me comprenez quand je parle là, c'est bon. C'est bon, votre français s'améliorera. If you didn't understand me when I just talked, it's going to be a bit complicated. Some of the discussions are in French. Most of the discussions are English because we cater for all our affiliates around the world. So we have support affiliates in some affiliates in Asia, and Asia they mostly speak English. To finish around that is we write in English. So if you understand French, if you speak French, not fluently, but good enough, it's okay. What's your technical stack? Good question. So we are working on ViiPhone and Castle's technology. So on the POS, on the terminal, Castle technology is based on Android. Android, Java. We have a backend and a front end. So the backend is done on MySQL. We are moving to .NET Core at the moment. We're going to have some parts that we are looking at to move to Cosmos DB and Kubernetes. I'm giving the technology, and we have Java for obviously. We are in the process of doing a technical migration because for some of the technology we're still addressing the target. So if you want to be part of the decision, you should come. We have lots of challenges. I hope I was clear enough. Don't hesitate to come on the chat room. We will be very happy to chat with you and to send your curriculum. And we will see you soon, I expect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are very happy and exciting to spend the next 20 minutes or so sharing about our awesome company, who we also refer to here as a tech unicorn on the island. My name is Cindy Ray, and I'm the head of HR for Ceridian Mauritius. Today, I have with me my colleague Awad Kedu, who is the head of product and technology, also for Ceridian Mauritius. And together, we will give you a glimpse of who Ceridian is and how great a company it is to work for. Over to you, Awad.
Thank you so much, Cindy, for this brilliant expose. Before I jump into the crux of the matter, just would like to highlight a couple of points here in terms of some misconception on the local market about who Ceridian actually is. So we are neither a BPO company nor a call center. We are a pure software tech company. So we develop our own product, we implement our own product, and we support our own product. And of course, we work with global partners and system integrators in the different parts of the world so that we can accelerate implementation of our client solutions to the market. Well, when we look at Ceridian today, we can classify ourselves as part of what we call enterprise system, where we have different verticals. As you will see, today we call ourselves intelligence at work. This is the motto, this is the ad that we are using today, because we are putting a lot of emphasis on analytics, on data. So we are transitioning the system architecture from the conventional way of doing things. We are moving to more kind of a data-driven architecture, where we have a massive amount of data on the cloud, or that we can use to the advantage of our customers. So we've got the what we call the people intelligence platform. This is what we call the second version of Dayforce, whereby we've got this single database and we have all the information residing there on the platform, which is in the cloud. And then the other layer is the analytics experience. We call it experience because we want to ensure that we, as a tech company, we empower our customers around the world to focus on their core activities. So we will take on us all the different activities, different tasks involving human capital management on us, so that we can give them the necessary insight that they need based on the data that they have to take informed decisions at specific time. And they can also predict things. So this is what we are we are working towards, in terms of the analytics experience, which covers the pay intelligence, the workforce intelligence, the benefit intelligence, the HR intelligence, and the talent intelligence, which sits on top of the analytic layer, where we have all the different modules that of the HCM suite that is sitting there, and we cover small business up to enterprise market, right? We are constantly innovating and we are enhancing our product, from where we started off as a startup organization. We moved into a private company in 2018, April 2018. We moved into the public space by being listed for the first time on the New York Stock Exchange. And now we are continuing this expansion toward our 10x growth in our global program to reach the entire globe, to serve customers around the world, because we've been more kind of N-centric in the past, but now we want to diversify and be present around the world. And this is where we are putting a lot of effort in terms of how we do things, and we are trying to use the best in class technologies to help make sure that our product offerings are competitive and cutting edge. So if you look at in terms of what is happening globally in terms of the disruption that is here by leveraging on the latest technologies. So we've been talking about computing for some time, and then we move into the cloud space, and now it's what we call the intelligence era. So where we are making a lot of I would say we are using data, whether it's structured or unstructured, to ensure that we build in the necessary intelligence using artificial intelligence and machine learning, which is a major game changer nowadays, whereby we can allow our customers to do prescriptive and predictive analytics, which means that based on the data that they have, our solution can predict what is going to happen in terms of whether we're talking about workforce management, we are talking about payroll or benefits. So everything is going to be to the advantage of the customers, where they will focus on, like I said previously, on their core activities, and they will leverage on the information and the data that we are providing them through the system to make informed decisions. And in terms of HCM evolution, as we can see, it was kind of very transaction-based in the past, like a system of record, but we are, using what we call a pace layering approach, where we are bringing in new layers, right? So we've got the differentiation layer and the innovation layer. So we've got the foundation, which is already there that we have, and we are building blocks there to ensure that we're building intelligence in our application to differentiate us from our competitors, and as well as using latest technologies to disrupt the way we do things. And we've just had our first virtual summit Insights a few days ago, which we normally do in Las Vegas every year, but due to the pandemic of COVID-19, we did this virtually, and we had a massive attendance of over 10,000 attendees, right? So if some of you have attended this, you will see where we are going in terms of strategy, in terms of technology that we are using, and what we really want and where we want to focus, which is the user experience and the customer experience. And this is very important for us because the customer, as well as our employees, are the core, are the central, I would say, part of the DNA of the organization, and we want to ensure that we build around this. And when it comes to the technology stack that we are using, as you will see, we have various technologies at different layers. We are using the latest technologies, as you see, in order for us to be able to support this evolution towards data-driven architecture, towards intelligence, advanced analytics, and so on. So this is very important for us to be able to use the latest technologies that we have, and as well to ensure that our folks, whether they are internally or people coming from outside, are trained and coached, and ensure that they have the right tool and the right, I would say, support to understand how we will make use of these technologies into the domain, which is the different fractional area that we have, to understand how we apply it, and we don't just code blind. So this is very important when we're bringing people on board. They need to have this domain aspect as well as the technical aspect to understand how we move from there. And in terms of continuous innovation, we locally have been doing a lot of things to ensure that we have best-in-class talent to help us build the best product globally. And what we have is the Factory program, which is broken down into two parts. So we've got what we call the JDI program. It's meant for year 2 university students. It's a 10 to 12 week programs, which will allow students to understand what are the technology that we are using, and to understand the different modules that we have, the functional areas, to understand the team, the culture, the environment, and so on. Of course, indeed, we'll have the chance to talk about the culture of the organization later on. But these are the things that we like to embed into the second year students to ensure that they understand how we work, and they know in terms of the technology stack that we are using, how do we apply it in delivering best in class product and services. And once we have completed this I would say internship program, we will now put them into an accelerated program whereby after they graduate from the university, they are put onto a 4-month intensive ramp-up program, which will use what they have learned from their internship JDI program as a foundation, and then we come to build on that in terms of the complexity of the technology, to go into more in-depth analysis of the functional areas. We develop competencies using hands-on practices on real life, I would say, projects that we have. We also have our people, managers, and above, acting as mentors and coach the people that have joined the program, and ensure that we are kept abreast of the latest technological trends, to ensure that there's no gap when these people come on board. And once they have finished this program, they will definitely get into the different processes to deliver as per what we have committed. And this has proven to be very successful. We've been running this program for the past 2 years, and as we progress, we keep on fine-tuning the program. We are working in close partnership with University of Mauritius on that, and Microsoft as well. We've been very active in terms of embedding new training programs on the latest Microsoft technologies and other associated technologies that we make use of, to ensure that our people, whether they are interns, whether they are fresh grad, they are well equipped with the necessary information and resources to be able to deliver on what we have. And following suit to that, being a technology company in Mauritius, so we have been thinking a while in terms of how we can further strengthen our collaboration with the University of Mauritius, whereby we get most of our graduates from. And we have signed an MOU with them last year on several fronts. And one of the major initiatives that we have agreed to fund is a digital innovation lab, which is at the core building in Eban, which is a core location. And we are fully sponsoring this area to convert it into what we call a state-of-the-art digital innovation lab, whereby we are going to leverage on the research capabilities of the University of Mauritius, whether it's through their undergraduate student, their master's student, or the PhD student, or even the lecturers, to understand what are the pain points that we are having in the industry. And of course, we are going to leverage our in-depth, technical industry expertise, so that we can combine that with the research acumen of the University of Mauritius to come up with win-win, solutions or services or inventions. Just name it, because we want to disrupt things. We want to innovate and ensure that Mauritius is viewed, very high on the global innovation index as well. And it is only through academia and industry collaboration that we will be able to achieve this. And this is something that we normally bring in our employees to help us at different levels. So they will do the coaching, the training, and all the different activities that is going to surround this innovation lab by leveraging on the latest, I would say, the nexus of forces, the Internet of Things like robotic process automation, the advanced analytics, the machine learning, the artificial intelligence, cloud computing, and you just name it. So these are the foundational disruptive technology that we are using to ensure that we stay abreast of the advancement that is happening in our space, and we can continuously improve and innovate our processes, our products as we go along. On the third aspect, we have also decided to come up with what we call a joint master's program with the University of Mauritius in business engineering. So this is a program that was supposed to be launched this year, but unfortunately with the COVID-19 situation locally, we had to postpone that for next year, most likely in October 2021. So this is a very I would say one of a kind of pedagogical, I would say, approach in terms of the way we have designed the program, because it's totally different from the existing program on the market. You can name the university; they don't have it right now. We are promoting self and peer-to-peer learning because we don't want to spoon feed people, because they have already graduated from university. So we expect that they are autonomous. They know how to research. They go on the internet and they talk to their peers. To ensure that we create that kind of teamwork and collaboration that is highly needed, I would say, in the industrial setup, right, in the corporate environment. And this is going to be there's going to be a lot of focus on practical assignment, on the application of the theoretical concept, and we will have real industry projects at Ceridian that we have. Unfortunately, we don't have the resources today because we've got so many things, and we need resources. And this is why we want to work with the University of Mauritius and work with these students, which are going to be graduates from the faculty of ICT, from any university. They can join this program, and this program is catered for people who are going to go into our services, implementation, and support track within Ceridian. The R Factory is more for people who are going to go into the product and technology, which is the core development, because we didn't want to cannibalize our initiative that we have. So we want to have one which is specifically designed for a specific department. Support, services, implementation kind of fall under the same umbrella. And of course, product and technology is more in terms of the research, innovation, development, which is a different thing. So we just want to run two parallel programs to ensure that we have captured the whole mass, and people who are interested in one or the other, they can join the program. And this is just, of course, the tip of the iceberg. And once we are in, you guys are employees. So we've got so many programs that we will have the chance to talk about in terms of the different things that we have, to have continuous learning and development to ensure that you can progress in your journey, I would say, within Ceridian. And last but not least is the hackathon. We started this hackathon project in 2019, which was very successful in Mauritius, whereby we had a lot of ideas. So it was not restricted only to people in product and technology. It was open up to the whole Ceridian. We've got a lot of ideas. We've got an ideas portal, whereby our employees will send their suggestions, and there is a kind of a process in place to ensure that we look at the ideas and the votes and so on, and to see whether we can prioritize and what impact, what benefit, business benefit does these ideas can bring, the value and so on, and then we prioritize, and then these are finally conceptualized and materialized into tangible projects, right? And this year, with the pandemic, we had our first, I would say, global virtual hackathon. So which was spread across all the locations, US, Canada, Australia, Mauritius, and UK. And everybody was working in their own time zone, and the presentation was done on a specific day. And we had a lot of ideas in terms of how we can improve processes, improve product offerings, and small things that, when we look at it, it may seem small, but in terms of the business impact, it's kind of great value that we're bringing to the business. So I just want to show you in terms of how active we are on the innovation front, because we want to ensure that our employees are not stagnant people are, we keep on challenging our people beyond their I would say their call of duties. And the people are involved in so many, I would say, non-work related activities. Like we've got, the Fun at Work committee, we've got Toastmasters, we've got CSR committee. So we've got so many things, that to make, our work life better, which is our motto, right? So we don't just make the work life better for our customers. We want to ensure that the employee experience is, I would say, best in class. So Cindy will be able to talk about that later on. So just before I hand over to Cindy, I just would like to tell you a bit in terms of the various things that we have in terms of the opening. So we've got a lot of capabilities within product and technology. We've got code development in Java. We've got code development in Microsoft technologies. We've got test automation. I mean, there are a lot of openings at the moment that you will be able to see on the portals, on our portals, on LinkedIn, on Facebook. So you can contact our I would say our talent acquisition team if you have any queries via LinkedIn, via social media, or via our website. So we are here to listen to you, to understand where are your aspirations, which team you would like to join, and if you have you want to meet with us as well, so we can have virtual meetups as well. So anytime. So we are looking for people who can fit into our culture, who have the technical expertise, and who want to be part of this journey to our 10x, which is 10 times our size today. We are really at, I would say, at a very exciting juncture of the Ceridian, I would say, of the life cycle of the company. So where we are growing massively in different countries, and we would like you guys to be part of this exciting journey. And we will definitely welcome you guys on board. Cindy, I would hand over to you to talk a bit about the culture and anything related to the HR aspect of things and the environment and how is it to be a Ceridianite. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Awad. So what is really unique about Ceridian, besides its technology and innovation, is also its people culture. Indeed, our employees and customers are really at the center of everything that we do. And this is reflected in our values. Ceridian's brand promise is to make work life better. We deliver on that promise by living our values, which are displayed on the slide there, and which are customer focus, transparency, diligence, optimism, and agility. These values really reflect who we are and serve as a roadmap for how we plan to achieve our goals as an organization. Our way is our culture. It's how we act and how we deliver on our brand promise. It is a set of values that guide our company. Our way is also about our customer stories and how our employees live our values in their daily lives as well. If we can go to the next slide, please, Awad. Thank you. Thank you so much. So we are making a difference in the tech human capital management space, both at a local level and also globally. Indeed, we are very proud to have earned a variety of distinguished awards for technology innovation, organizational excellence, and HR. These awards recognize our ongoing commitment to excellence in global human capital management. On this slide are only some of the examples of those awards that we have won. So to list them, we have been recognized as a top 100 companies for working mothers. We have also been certified as Great Place to Work 4 years in a row. We have been recognized also as a top 100 employer in Canada. We also won the Global Edge certification for gender equality. And I'm very pleased to say that in Mauritius, we were the first company to ever win such an award back in 2018. We've also been winning a number of Mauritius and Africa Best Employer Brand Awards 3 years in a row. All those awards demonstrate and confirm our commitment to our brand promise, which is to make work life better. So if we can move to the next slide, please, Awad. Thank you. Thanks. So in Ceridian, we strongly believe that our employees' family, life and health is as equally important as work and career. And we encourage our colleagues to spend as much time as they need with their families and to take time to do activities that help them grow personally. And we have a number of programs in place to ensure our employees can grow both personally and professionally, and are able also to maintain this work-life balance. So if we can move to the next slide, please, I'll talk a little bit more about those programs. Thank you. So, for instance, we have our global flexibility programs, which take different forms. So there's one of them which is called the unlimited time away from work, whereby employees are not limited by statutory leave balances, but can take as much leave as they need. There is also what we call the Take Two program, whereby employees can take a couple of hours during the day to attend to any kind of personal commitment. It can be attending a school concert for their kids, going to the gym, or any other form of personal appointment they may have. There is also the split shifts that we offer to our employees, whereby employees can split their shifts into two in case they have any personal commitments in the afternoon. For example, some of them like to go and pick up their kids from school. So they start their shift in the morning, log off in early afternoon, pick up the kids from school, take care of the kids, and then log back on again later on during the day. We also have the work from home. And for that, I have to mention that we at Ceridian started offering work from home arrangements way before this year and way before COVID. And as of today, we are still working remotely for the safety of our employees. And as we move forward into 2021, we are really looking to have a mix of work from home and work in office as per our regular schedules. Last but not least, we've got also different shifts. So we've got the day shift, the mid shift, the night shifts, since we work with markets outside of Mauritius, and we are also starting now to serve local markets. So we have timings that may work better for some, or others that may work better for parents. So we have a multitude of choices that employees can choose from. For example, we've got some employees who are currently studying during the day, and therefore working at night for them works. So this is just to show some of the programs that we have in place. There are many more, but I have highlighted the main ones just to give you a glimpse of the people-centric culture that we have in Ceridian. And hopefully by that, I've been able to raise your interest in working for our awesome organization. I believe, Awad, we've reached the end of the presentation. Thank you so much for your time, and please, we will take any questions that you may have now. So over to the Q&A.
Thank you so much, Cindy. I believe we will be able to answer questions offline, and we have our website, we've got our Facebook page, we've got our LinkedIn page. So please feel free to connect with us, so that we can answer your question that you may have, whether it's about the culture, the environment, how is it to work with Ceridian. We've got plenty of testimonials, we've got videos, we've got so many things. If you would like to catch up with us just for a casual chat, by all means, we are available. The talent acquisition team, myself, Cindy as well. So if you would like just to find out more about what is it to be at Ceridian, to work in the Ceridian family, and what are our vision, where we are growing, what's going to be the contribution of Mauritius, in the global footprint and so on, especially, on the technology side, what we are doing, because this is where, we I would say we differentiate ourselves from our competitors, from the rest of some of the players out there, because like I said, we are a pure tech company. So we manufacture our own product. So we build our own product, we support our own product, we implement our own product. And of course, like I said, we work with partners as well, because we can't do everything ourselves, of course. And with the latest technologies and the experiences that we have, I think Ceridian to me is the place to be if you are looking for a tech career in a stable global organization of repute. This is where the exciting stuff is happening right now. And as I said, if we are on all the digital channels, so feel free to reach out to us, and we will be more than happy to answer any of your queries. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, ladies, for being part of this exciting event and sharing with us your expert views on this extremely passionate yet disruptive topic that is AI. We will proceed with the questions to our panelists, and if time allows, we will have a Q&A session at the end. Please feel free to send us your questions in the Q&A tab. So our theme today is artificial intelligence, human morality, and AI in recruitment. AI has become an undeniable, unavoidable reality which is omnipresent in our daily life more than we are even aware of. However, there are fears and stigma around AI and the future of the human workforce. So today, the objective of this webinar will be to explore how we can coexist without jeopardizing our morals and overseeing social costs. So our first panelist is Teju, project lead at Google for EMEA. Teju is also the project manager for Women and AI in Ireland and founder of Refine Tech Startups Mentor, and has a keen interest in ethical AI and transparency. She is currently working on examining bias in datasets across EMEA to develop best practices for the AI industry. Teju also advocates for transparent and bias-free AI aimed at reducing systemic injustices and furthering equality. She is committed to ensuring AI drives social justice and equity while acknowledging the diverse backgrounds, cultures, and ethnicities of society. So, Teju, we do hear a lot about AI ethics. AI presenting new and unique challenges to ethics and morality. Ethical dilemmas of AI such as fairness, transparency, trust, accountability, morality, etc., etc. So tell us what AI ethics mean exactly and why is it important?
The floor. Thanks, Sarita. And hi, everyone. Happy to be here. Nice to meet you all. So to your question on what is AI ethics, it's basically a principle of designing artificial intelligence systems that operate with a code of conduct and work in an ethical way. In other words, it has to have an ethical framework with the plans to protect society, protect human values, such as empathy, appreciation, acceptance, and so on and so forth, and including ethical values like justice and integrity and refusal to kill or refusal for violence. Ideally, AI systems should be able to enable everyone live together in society in peace and harmony. That's the whole purpose of ethical AI. And when we talk about ethical AI, it shouldn't subdivide society any further. It shouldn't lead to any more inequalities. It should be diverse. It should be fair. It should be inclusive. We refer to 5 different frameworks as part of ethical AI: fairness, explainability, accountability, privacy, and security. So basically what we're saying is we want to make sure that any AI system that is being operated in the world today, adopted by any company, is very fair. In other words, it's fair to everyone in society, right? Regardless of your gender, your background, and your ethnicity, your race, your color, whatever. It's fair. It's explainable. That's a big problem with AI today, is there's a black box. We don't really know why it arrives at the decisions it arrives at, because there's a big black box. So we need to make sure that AI is explainable. There's lots of work being done on that in terms of documentation and being able to write down a bit more about why the AI arrived at its decision. We need to make sure that it's secure, protection of people's privacy and data. And I also mentioned privacy as well, and it's accountable. So this is a lot of things that all make up ethical AI.
Okay, thank you. What according to you are the social costs and impact if we do get it wrong?
Yeah, so that's a very good question, and there are big ramifications if AI goes wrong. If AI goes wrong today, it could be huge, and it's already going wrong. But with different examples, we see people are recalling some data sets. So I'll start off with jobs. jobs is not necessarily AI going wrong. It's just something that's going to happen. It's inevitable, where it's been projected that 70% of jobs will be lost due to AI in the next 10 years. Now, there are arguments there that saying that it will replace 70% of jobs as well. So there's a lot of debate going there, but there's a big threat to jobs once AI takes full wing. So that's something to be aware of. It's going to further drive inequality if it's not done right. So AI systems are built a lot on data and data sets, and data sets need to be inclusive, fair, and diverse. And most data sets that AI systems are built on today are not. So if this carries on with this current trajectory, and less work is being done in revealing these biased data sets, then there'll be further systemic injustice, racism, discrimination across different marginalized and minority groups in the world today. The third thing I'll say is social isolation. AI powers our phones, it powers everything, but without having any form of digital mindfulness, AI can further drive social isolation as well. In healthcare, we have less diverse data sets when it comes to clinical trials. So that means that drug development and drug discovery can still further marginalize people in society. And the last but not the least is, if it's not done properly, it could actually kill lives. With examples of self-driving cars, where, if we don't have the right ethical AI frameworks included in self-driving cars and the right regulations, people could lose lives if self-driving cars are out there today. So those are the 5 different things I could say could be a massive impact of AI going wrong.
Thank you, Toju. Definitely, we understand much better how and why AI ethics is, in fact, a critical success factor. Our next panelist is Ada Fazilova, CEO of Zoll. Ada is the founder of the fast-growing HR tech startup Zoll. Zoll helps companies to accelerate and streamline their recruiting efforts using chatbots and artificial intelligence. Before that, she was working as a talent acquisition practitioner. Ada's professional goal is to help recruiters understand technology and leverage on it in the future of work that we enter. So Ada, AI is changing, or would I say revolutionizing, the recruitment industry. AI technologies are fast becoming central prerequisites for enhancing recruiting efforts. Nevertheless, there's still a misconception at some levels that AI is a threat to humanity. To what extent do you see AI being embraced in recruitment in the future?
Absolutely, yes. Thank you so much, everybody. Honor and pleasure to be here at such a wonderful panel. So there will be multiple areas of the applications of the AI for the recruiting industry in future, starting from the sourcing, let's say identifying the best talents on the web that you can reach out to about the job opportunities, and then ask whether or not they would be interested to talk to you. There will also be system and software that will be helping you out to write more inclusive and more diverse job descriptions. And of course, the thing is that I will see that will mostly evolve in the next 8 to 10 years. We will come up with a new class of system, some sort of like AI-powered ATSs. So the ATSs as they are right now, they've been around for 20, 25 years. And mostly they are right now systems of the records, so that the talent acquisition practitioners spend a huge amount of their working hours every day operating the software. Whether it's updating their ATS, going back and forth with the email, trying to schedule the meetings, calling the candidates to ask the same questions, to answer the same very questions, going through stacks and stacks of resumes manually. What I'm seeing this systems evolving to is being a system of the record as it is right now, but operating by AI-powered virtual system that will help you to take care of the most routine and repetitive process in recruiting. While, whether it's the initial engagement with the active candidates that are applying from the job boards on the company career side, providing everybody with instant feedback 24/7, whether or not they're making a good fit for a role, automated screening of the candidates that are interested in opportunities, answering their frequently asked questions, taking care of everything related to the interview scheduling, and pretty much being there with the candidates up until the moment of the job offer, updating them whenever the status change in the ATS, helping you out to automate the outreach and the re-engagement and reactivation of the passive candidate databases, announcing the job opportunities in a personalized manner, updating the information that you might have about these candidates so that all the information is accurate and up to date. So eventually, it will not take over the recruiting jobs at all, because you cannot really replace the human aspect anywhere, like in the next 25 years, that's for sure. So recruiters will still be taking care of the things that they actually can do the best, because being a people recruiters, right? They're best at identifying the cultural fit. They're best at building the relationship with the candidates, selling the jobs, closing the deals. This is something that AI cannot really take care of at all. So think of artificial intelligence, AI-powered systems as hiring like an assistant, sourcer/coordinator to every single one of the talent acquisition team members in your team, while maintaining great candidate experience, but making the recruiters' lives much more easier. So this is something that we see being born like maybe 4 years right now, but it's evolving slowly, and we will eventually come up to early majority very, very soon. Thank you.
Yeah. In your opinion, how can we change the stigma around AI, especially when it comes to human workforce?
Absolutely. That's a very fair question, because with popular culture and the movies like Terminator, the series like Black Mirror, I see a lot of the talent acquisition practitioners, especially like maybe a couple of years ago, have been really, really intimidated that AI is there to take their jobs away. It is not. The technology is not there yet. It might never be there. So the way we will overcome the stigma, because maybe like 5 years ago, when there was a media hype about AI and usage of the virtual assistant, there was a massive over-expectation, and the technology was not quite there, right? So there was underperformance of the technology. Since we're moving to the curve of productivity very slowly, it will be there in a couple of years, the companies do see much more of the examples of the real great artificial intelligence-based systems that actually work, that help them to decrease the time to hire, that help them to skyrocket their candidate experience to, because none of the candidates actually end up in a resume black hole, for example. Every single one of them is being served. It doesn't really matter when they applied. So I do think that, as we're moving, as there are more and more examples, case studies from other practitioners, how they successfully implemented the AI, so the talent acquisition community themselves will become more and more receptive to this.
Absolutely. Thank you, Aida. Embracing change is indeed non-negotiable if organizations want to strive and succeed. Next, we have Ashwini Ganpatsana, Manager Talent Acquisition at Ceridian Mauritius. Ashwini's responsibilities at Ceridian include sourcing of the best talents, including ensuring compliance to policies and recruitment processes, enhancing candidates' experience, and branding of Ceridian Mauritius as an employer to attract the best talents. So, Ashwini, we all understand that the hiring and retention of top talents is the lifeblood of all successful companies. AI can be game-changing in terms of empowering recruiters to reach new, moving lucrative candidates, and in terms of engaging them in unprecedented ways. Yet, we know that opinions are still divided, with AI inspiring both fascination and fear. In your professional opinion, what are the positive impacts of using AI in recruitment, and how justified are the potential pitfalls often claimed, such as lack of empathy or contextual understanding?
So, hi everybody. So, maybe I will support what Ida said. So, being in recruitment, so we've seen AI bringing sort of immense possibilities to the table. That's true. But it's also an emerging category within the HR tech environment. So, I believe that AI definitely has the potential to positively impact a number of recruiting tasks. Yeah, so the tasks that we would like to spend more time, like asking the same question many times for the same profile, right? So AI is definitely changing our talent sourcing and recruiting in two major ways. Yeah. So let's say first, automating the process of candidate sourcing and screening. So far we are good. AI is helping us grading our profile. This is something happening currently with Ceridian. So we are good with this. But secondly, the most important thing is like saving the hiring teams lots of time while also engaging a wider pool of talents, right? So many a times, like Ceridian might be growing as a company as other companies. We need more recruiters, but the thing is not we are looking for more recruiters, but the admin like screening profiles takes a lot of time. So this is where I'm in favor of AI, right? But AI is already in our day-to-day working at Ceridian. For sure, it is helping us as recruiters for diversity hiring. So I think Ida spoke about diversity hiring and Sergio as well. So this is where is the focus of using AI. AI is definitely helping us as recruiters to provide a better candidate experience again. But I'm not for AI, not either against AI, but I think it's on a two-sided thing. What AI is helping us, it's like we are able to do more. We are able to source a greater range of talents as well.
Thank you. Do you think by using AI, we can eliminate the conscious bias in the hiring process?
All right, here comes the lovely question, right? The nice thing is like AI can identify where bias is happening more quickly. That's true, and accurately more than a human can. But how and why, right? So again, I will pick on our previous speakers as they said. AI is trained to detect prior patterns, right? Any human bias that may already be in the recruiting process can be learned by the AI. This implies that human oversight is still necessary to ensure that AI is not replicating existing bias or introducing new ones as well. Yeah. So while technology can identify the problem, I believe that it still requires recruiters' best judgment to come up with solutions to overcome this current bias.
Absolutely. Thank you, Lord Sashwini, for sharing with us your views on this super sensitive issue. Our last panelist is Blessing Yusuro, Information Security and Risk Consultant at Smartech 24/7. Blessing is a co-founder of Cyber Women Ireland. She has extensive experience in developing and managing security solutions for large-scale enterprises and across a range of industries. For Blessing, it's always been about helping organizations understand the need for cybersecurity and improving on the existing controls. Cyber Women Ireland is an official body of Cyber Ireland, which is a non-profit organization dedicated to eliminating the gender gap in the cybersecurity industry while supporting women in the industry. So, Blessing, we are all aware that AI is undeniably provoking a cultural revolution and dramatically changing and influencing our society. Applying principles of ethics are therefore critical in the design of algorithms. In your opinion, do you think the use of AI will jeopardize our moral values?
Thank you for that good question, Sarika. I'm happy to be here, and it's an opportunity to be on the panel with these lovely ladies. For that question, I don't think AI. I don't see AI compromising our moral values, and here's why. Our moral values are not objective. They are not timeless or universal, and in some cases, it may be the other way around, whereby not using AI will compromise our moral values. For example, the US Bureau of Labor Statistics reported back in 2017 that over 5,000 civilian workers were killed while at their job. We believe that life should be preserved. All life should be preserved if possible. And deep down, we know this. Although, sure, some people might have reservations about this idea, but the common theme here is that humans want to preserve lives, and human lives should be preserved. So it should be our responsibility to automate life-threatening or physical dangerous jobs with AI to reduce the risk of human lives at workplaces. I think it would become unethical to send a human into harm's way when an AI-powered robot can do the same job. AI-powered robots or drones can better perform tasks like, for example, rescuing people from fires or floods. In conclusion, I don't see AI jeopardizing our moral values. I think the risk of AI in our human civilization lies elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I do understand that you are not too fond of AI and that you do have your concerns and reservations. Can you share with us why?
Okay, well, I talk about this with a lot of people. If artificial intelligence is going to stay, then it needs to work for everyone. My co-panelists have mentioned, ethical AI and just AI working for everyone. So I'm going to hit more on this point. Which means that AI needs to be fed better data. So if AI is going to work for everyone, it needs to be fed better data, fed with inclusive data. And I say this because there are multiple real-world instances where it shows that the data fed to a particular machine learning system was not inclusive. Let's take, for example, earlier this year, there's a story of a Black YouTuber from London. This story came to light back in February, if I remember. And this was on the British government online passport system. This system rejected this lady's application because the system incorrectly believed that her mouth was open. It was not. And like most people from African descent, they have thicker lips, and the system not having enough data incorrectly decided that her mouth was open. Algorithms are only as good as the data that you're using, and so many researches have shown that you can often make a bigger difference if you feed this algorithm.
Oh, I think we have lost Blessing. Pending she joins us again. Well, we can say that today, reducing conscious and unconscious bias in the hiring process is top of the mind for recruiters. I hope everybody agrees with this. Today, the majority of talent acquisition leaders and recruiters feel pressure to increase diversity. So I do have one last question to all our speakers. You'll get 15 seconds to answer this. How can we make sure the use of AI in recruitment remains fair and unbiased? Could
Yeah, I just believe in increasing initiatives towards diversity in the workplace, towards gender diversity and everything else. And that would build the data sets that the AI recruitment tools will work with. So that way it should reduce the bias from the AI recruitment tools if we have more diverse data to feed it into.
Edgar?
Absolutely agree here with Doju. So we need to train the neural networks on the unbiased kind of data set that represents the workforce in terms of the backgrounds of people, in the percentages that they're represented here in this particular country, this particular data type. Yes.
Ashwini?
Yeah, so maybe I'll say let's treat the outputs of AI, whichever recruiting tools that we are using, as suggestions, right? So human needs to be the final decision maker.
Definitely. Blessing, I guess you've not heard the question. We lost you for a few moments, so I'll just repeat the question. How can we make sure the use of AI in recruitment remains fair and unbiased?
Thank you for that question, Sarita. I think this goes back to inclusive data sets. A majority of the largest HR software businesses are based in the US, an English-speaking country, which also happens to be, where software development happens for most of these companies. We need to make sure that as Africans, our names are treated with the same priority as Western names. We also need to make sure that self-adapting algorithms are not allowed to be applied in the HR system because they would reinforce hiring biases. Unconsciously and gradually, HR users of such systems would make unfair and biased choices unless we make sure that these algorithms are trained with data sets that can recognize any kind of candidate name under the sun. which is very hard to tell. You know, when AI is used in recruitment, recruiters need to stress test the system for bias and check that the system operates fairly. Organizations using AI also must then understand what they are asking of this AI and precisely how this would be achieved. Finally, you know, we have to face the elephant in the room. Recruitment isn't fair most of the time, and the use of AI in recruitment has only replicated this unfairness, which, you know, the case arising in several Silicon Valley tech companies in the last 4 years. I think there are a lot of biases floating around, and the lack of diversity in workers who create these technologies leading to these issues. What we need to do is really clear. Recruiters everywhere need to take an active role in hiring diversity into AI research and development roles in their organizations. And, you know, at the end, this would produce a much better outcome overall. Thank you.
Definitely. I think we have run out of time, and we'll have to skip the Q&A session. Well, we would have loved to dive deeper into these passionate and disruptive topics around AI, but unfortunately we are limited by time. So let me thank all of these marvelous ladies for sharing such valuable insights. I am sure we are all more enlightened on the different aspects of AI. Thank you, ladies. It has been my pleasure hosting this event today. Thank you all for your participation. Stay safe and wish you all a good afternoon, good evening, and good night from wherever you may be watching us. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Sarita. Bye.
Hello. So I'll be starting presentation about Accenture. So meet Accenture. But a big introduction about myself. So I'm Victoria, delivery lead manager at Accenture. I started my career when I graduated from University of Mauritius in 2006. And yes, Accenture was my first job after school. So since I joined, which is about 14 years now, I was introduced to a compass which made me find purpose and cultivate my passion and missions within the firm. I enjoyed my journey, which started as a technical functional analyst on PeopleSoft, to now leading large delivery projects for global leaders in the retail industry. I had the chance to get certified in various fields and specialties, amongst which I would like to point out my GetUp certification as a strengths coach, which equips me to find the uniqueness in people based on their talent and how we leverage on those talents to help every individual achieve true potential and be the best of themselves. My pathway is just a glimpse here. When you know where you want to be, the possibilities Accenture can offer you to grow on both professional and personal levels are just limitless. Let's now move on to the company. So Accenture is a global professional services company with leading capabilities in digital, cloud, and security. Combining unmatched experience and specialized skills across more than 40 industries, we offer strategy, consulting, interactive technology, and operation services, all powered by the world's largest network of advanced technology delivery centers. Our 505 people deliver on the promise of technology and human ingenuity every day, serving our clients in more than 120 countries across the globe. We embrace the power of change to create value and shared success for our clients, people, shareholders, partners, and communities. We'll now move on to our 4 pillars, I would say, capabilities around the business of Accenture. First one is strategy and consulting, which helps transform the world's leading organization working across the C-suite, which means C-levels, to enhance competitiveness, grow profitability, and deliver sustainable stakeholder value. Interactive, second pillar, helps leading organizations design, build, communicate, and run experiences, what we can say, across the entire journey for the customers. Technology, which is us implemented in Mauritius, or from operations also, provides cloud services, software engineering, intelligent platforms, infrastructure services, which help put forward more value addition in terms of technicality. Operations, on the other hand, runs business processes on behalf of clients. The point here is that We are the only company with the ability to combine and integrate all these capabilities at scale in an industry context. From there, we are leaders in everything we do, and I wanted to point out how we do it in this context. So the focus is mainly on innovation. In today's fast-changing business environment where companies need to continually reinvent themselves, we are increasingly leading with innovation in our client relationships to help clients imagine and invent their own futures. Our unique approach through the Accenture innovation architecture, which you can see through the slides, enable us to combine our capabilities across the company to develop and deliver disruptive innovations for clients and to scale them faster. Our innovation capabilities include Accenture Research. We have more than 300 researchers with us working for Accenture and for the clients. We have ventures where we partner and invest with growth stage companies that create innovative enterprise technologies with an open innovation approach. We have our Accenture Labs, which prototype new concepts through research and development. Our studios, which build innovative solutions with speed and agility. Our innovation centers demonstrate and reuse innovation use cases and assets across more than 40 industries. And finally, our delivery centers, which scale those innovations across the business for our unparalleled network. Moving on to the next slide, which is to share with you the purpose of innovation in terms of figures. Our intellectual property portfolio is a key indicator of innovation, as well as an important asset that drives differentiation and value for us in the marketplace. Over the past years, we have made significant investment in research and development in the cutting-edge disruptive technologies. We now have 7,900 plus patents and pending patent applications in more than 45 countries. We have strong IP positions in applied intelligence, automation, blockchain, cybersecurity, digital assistance, and the Internet of Things, amongst other platforms. To move on to where we invest more now in terms of our people also, we make significant investment both organically in asset solutions in the skills of our people, which is very important to us, as well as through strategic acquisitions. And to put a big focus here, in FY20, we invested $866 million in training and professional development for our people, which is a key indicator of how important our people are to us, and we want to acquire the best talents to help us deliver more value to our clients. From there, I would like to share with you some of our clients. Just to give you a brief overview, we serve more than 6,000 clients in more than 120 countries across the globe. 91 of those clients are part of the Fortune 100 companies. 75% of our clients are part of the Fortune 500 companies, and 97 of our top clients have been with us for at least 10 years. These long and deep relationships allow us to create demand, and about 70% of our work sold is sole sourced. From there, we have expertise in various industries, not to list them all here, but we categorize them into 5 pillars, which is communication, media and technology, financial services, health and public services, products, and resources. Moving on to, we've spoken a lot about investing in our people and into our mergers and acquisitions. And here we wanted to put forward the strategic alliances that we have, which strengthen our positions into the technology ecosystem, where we bring value to our client and also ramp up our people to certifications and training. So we have a privileged position in the technology ecosystem. At the intersection of business and technology, we are the leading partner of many key players and the number one systems integration for SAP, Microsoft, Oracle, Salesforce, as well as with emerging technology partners. And through our Avanade joint venture, we deliver more Microsoft technologies than any other company in the world. We are at the forefront, in the evolution of new delivery models, offering differentiated digital-related services in the cloud, driven by industry-rich tools, platforms. And this gives us, of course, endless possibilities for our people to acquire trainings, certifications, and hands-on experience with our alliance partners. Moving on to our focus for this year and for the future, we are always looking ahead to anticipate and capture the next big waves of innovation in areas such as extended reality, blockchain, and quantum computing, to drive differentiation and make Accenture even more relevant to our clients. So that was it for the innovation and for what we're doing globally. Now I'll just move on to an overview of where we are located. So Mauritius is part of the global delivery network across the globe, as you can see, in more than 50 delivery centers around, with delivering in more than 39 languages. Now we move on to a brief history about where Accenture started and how it came to Mauritius afterwards. So Accenture started initially with deploying continuous innovation and rapid transformation, which was part in our DNA initially. And this traces back to the 1950s with the installation of the first computer system for commercial use in the United States at the General Electric Appliance Park facility. And in the Mauritian context, I would like to share with you how we grew and where we started. So we started in Mauritius in 2001 with a partnership with MCB Consulting. And then from there, we moved our way into key areas where we had focus of HR award, excellency awards. We launched the conduct counts to reinforce our ethics and compliance program in 2014, where we grew more mature actually. And one of the most important pillars was in 2016, we were 15 years of Accenture in Mauritius, and then moved to having more than 1,000 employees in the technology pillar capability in 2018. And we're targeting to be 50-50 in terms of gender equality by 2025. And this has already started with our wave of recruitment at the moment, starting this since the past 2 years, I would say. Some facts and figures about what we do here in terms of technology which might be very interesting. So we have different capabilities. We have 19 years of existence, as you've noticed from the previous slide, in Mauritius. We have more than 1,000 employees, so now 1,200. We have 35 active clients in Mauritius. Our main platforms are SAP, Oracle, Intelligent Engineering Services, Salesforce, Microsoft, BI and integration, and finally testing. We serve in 4 main industries out of the 5 from the 5 pillars. We have products, resources, communications, media and technology, and financial services. Let's now talk about our people. So our people are mostly trained and brought into the Accenture culture through our 6 core values, which is stewardship, fulfilling our obligation of building a better and stronger and more durable company for future generations, protecting the brand, which is very important, and meeting our commitments to stakeholders. And we want to focus also on the best people. It means attracting, developing, and retaining the best talent for our business, challenging our people with a can-do attitude, and fostering collaborative and mutually supportive environment. We do have our global network, which has been presented before, and I've said it lots of times. This gives us great potential to deliver. So whenever we don't know something, we just can free call or through chat, we can ask our global delivery network, and then we get the solution all the time. There's lots of possibilities for collaboration. have a big focus on client value creation, which is at the core of our business. Respect for the individual is valuing diversity and uniqueness of contributions, fostering a trusting, open, and inclusive environment for each and every person that works with us to reflect the Accenture values. And integrity is being ethically unyielding and honest and inspiring trust by saying what we mean, matching our behaviors to our words, and taking responsibility for our actions. In those, we have a variety of initiatives that we focus on in terms of diversity, and which we will launch this inclusion and diversity ambition with a local focus and also about ethnicity, gender, cross-cultural diversity, which I will go through in terms of an example just after, which is our partnership with local NGOs. We have already partnered with 7 NGOs through sponsorships. And as a continuity to the above, we have had a good footprint on our corporate citizenship initiative, being putting forward our expertise and resources to serve our local community. So that was it for the slide. I will now present to you a short video presented by our center lead, Shalini, to give you a grasp of how our offices are and how we do it here in Accenture offices.
Accenture existe à Maurice depuis 2001 à travers 2 entités, Accenture Opération et Accenture Technologie. Accenture Maurice fait partie de la Market Unit Gallia qui regroupe la France, la Belgique, les Pays-Bas et le Luxembourg. Avec 1200 collaborateurs, le Centre Technologie a connu une croissance annuelle moyenne de 12% sur les 10 dernières années. Nous avons un portefeuille d'une 50aine de clients couvrant différents secteurs d'activité, biens et services de la consommation, retail, automobile, équipements industriels, banque et assurance, ressources naturelles, énergie et communication. Nos compétences sont sur les principales plateformes technologiques, SAP, Oracle et Microsoft, ainsi que sur les nouvelles technologies cloud, Salesforce, Amazon et Google. Nos collaborateurs sont bilingues anglais et français, ce qui nous permet d'adresser le marché francophone. Enfin, notre faible décalage horaire rend notre localisation stratégique pour le marché européen. Notre objectif est de poursuivre notre croissance à 2 chiffres en développant les compétences stratégiques et les talents de demain, ce afin d'accompagner nos clients au mieux dans leurs projets de transformation et d'innovation.
With Accenture, we'll be able to match your ingenuity with the latest technology to make incredible things. As it says, let's create something together. Thank you.
Hi everyone. Welcome to our presentation. I am Navishka, Talent Administrator. So Linkbynet, to start our presentation, Linkbynet is more than just a company. And during our presentation, what is waiting for you during the presentation? So who we are, what we do, our career opportunities, what's waiting for you. So moving to the next slide, who we are. So who we are, Linkbynet was created 20 years ago to meet the demand for outsourcing and cloud computing solutions. Linkbynet is present in Europe, Africa, North America, and Asia. Also, we are available 24/7 so as to address all our requests. And also, our priority is to provide quality of service to our clients and to maintain quality and to maintain our client satisfaction. And as you can see, we are present in Europe, in Indian Ocean, which is Mauritius, in North America, and also in Asia. So moving to our next slide. So what we do, the four business pillar of Linkbynet, especially it is the cloud advisor. It is to help our client to build their cloud strategies and pilot their operational digital transformation. And also the cloud security. Our aim is to protect our client digital assets. And the fourth pillar is the optimizer, the cloud optimizer, which is to optimize the data management and IT infrastructure of our client. And the cloud transformer, it is the customer transformation for integration, build project, and deliver managed services. Now I'm going to hand over to Eric, which will go in depth in our presentation.
Yes, thanks a lot. This is Eric Mansa speaking. I'm the technical officer for the automations and innovation part at Linkbynet for the worldwide part, of course. As we saying before, we are a cloud transformer, as a cloud transformer for the international levels, we need to have a high partner, of course. We are one of the most MSP, Microsoft Azure partner. We are on the top level of the 50 company, which is helped by Microsoft. And we work, of course, with AWS since many years too, on Google Cloud. And we will be the first European partner for Alibaba Cloud. As you can see, just give you some examples. We work a lot in the enterprise cloud. We work with the all automations tools like Terraform and whatever. We are fond of DevOps spirit and mindset. And according to us, the Docker approach, Kubernetes approach, is one of the main major transformations of the our business. Just give you some examples. For example, this year with AWS, we work with $8 million for the bidding part, and for Microsoft, we work in near $5 or $7 million. We manage more than 7,000 paths all around the world, and we manage more than 16,000 servers all around the world on all these kind of clouds with full automations approach. So due to this kind of partner, we could have a lot of access of experts, and we can manage and help all our links is all our employees in order to perform and to extend their ability and their competencies around all the cloud. We got a partnership organizations, and we got training, internal and external training, in order to increase the level of our links and to have a high level of expertise on all this kind of cloud. Of course, VMware too. Yeah. We are partner not only with the cloud provider, public cloud provider, or private cloud provider. We are partner with a major company which work on the high techniques levels, like Nutanix, Dynatrace for the APMs, Flying Phantom for the cyber security. The most important thing is that we believe that we must be a real cloud providers and cloud broker. So we need to be expert on all providers. There is many technical challenge, and there is a lot of new experience and new techniques. And we are fond of innovations. According to us, the innovations is the right usage of techniques in order to provide the best services for our partner, for our customers. Next slide. We know certifications is one of the parts is quite important in order to recognize the quality of our links, our employee, and to manage the partnership at organizations, of course. We don't hesitate to invest a lot of time and a lot of money in the training part for our linkies. According to us, a linkee who wants to learn a new techniques, a new method, or whatever, it's a real present for the company and it's a real present for the client part. So we try to be an energizer on this kind of subject. So we can see the various certifications for DevOps part, Microsoft, the Checkpoint for the security part, or McAfee for the stock part. Let me continue. In order to provide and to have this level of expertise that we'd like to have all around the world, we decided to make some acquisitions. The philosophy of the Linkbynet for the acquisitions is quite simple. We try to find some company which have the same ideas, the same patience for the techniques part, and have the expertise. That just give you some examples of acquisitions that we made this year and the last year. Triptix is a major company for the DevOps spirit, and it's a Captain Docker. That's what it means, that we have got the ability in order to train company on Docker and to give them the certifications under the Docker approach. And we gain in high level for all the Kubernetes approach. SecureView is a stock 24/7, so we got the same stock 24/7 in Mauritius. We can be very proud of that. And SecureView is one of the major companies in Europe that provides cybersecurity on a high-level company. And Objective Live is one of the company we decide to promote all the usage of all open source, like Docker and other solutions developed by HashiCorp, for example, Terraforms or OpenSUSE, something like that. We are really professional geek in the cloud environment. And Wise Partners is a high-level cybersecurity consulting. And we are really proud to acquire this kind of company which has the same idea on a really high level expertise, and we share this expertise with the rest of the company. So I can give the next step to Vincent.
Yes, hello everyone. I'm Vincent, Talent Acquisition Officer at Linkbynet. So I will present to you the different career opportunities that we have actually. So in terms of career opportunities, we have some different positions that we're actually mostly needing new talents. We are in the process of building our teams to specialize in these skills, and that is why we're actually actively looking for candidates who can compensate our teams. For example, for the Linux specialist part, we are focusing on the administration, system engineering. The main activities will be at the level of the installation, the maintenance and the upgrade of the customer's IT system infrastructure by working under different OS distribution, for example, CentOS, Red Hat, Debian, Ubuntu, in public cloud, for example, Azure, AWS, Google Cloud, or other virtualization system. This position also concerns diagnosing problems in customers' system IT infrastructure and proposing improvements to the system. And for the backup and virtualization specialist, the role is basically to analyze the problems associated with technologies related to backup, including NetBackup, Commvault, Vim. And secondly, it's to analyze, design, test, document, and implement solutions for continuous availability, integrity, backup, and protection of data. And for the backup and virtualization specialists, in terms of virtualization, it concerns mainly the installation, configuration and management of the components of a VMware virtualization environment, such as vSphere and ESX. So, for example, engineers perform forecasts, capacity assessments, and condition assessments of infrastructure. They also configure, administer, troubleshoot, and perform backups and recoveries. And finally, the patch management coordinator. So we need to perform manual and also automatic patching on clients, Linux or Windows server infrastructures in order to securize these servers and to eliminate issues such as cyber attacks. The job will consist mainly of regularly communicating with the clients, informing them on what's happening concerning the different patches, to liaise with the technical teams, system administrators, when some patches, for example, have not been made, and do regular presentation and reportings to the respective clients to present them an overview of what has been done in terms of patches, in terms of patching on their servers. In addition to that, it's also proposing solutions to the client's system infrastructure. And noting that we are looking for candidates at all levels, whether you're junior, intermediate, or even senior. If you have knowledge in the field of IT system administration or even network and virtualization, the most important thing remains the mindset and the willingness to learn and progress, because that's the main aspect actually that we are looking coming from the candidates. So I will let Joyce continue on the human resources part.
Yes. Thank you very much, Vincent. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Joyce. I'm talent coordinator at Linkbynet. So, I will now introduce you to the different benefits that we offer at Linkbynet. So, Linkbynet is not just a company, as you have understood, where you come to work, but we are also a company where you can adopt a lifestyle, as we put a lot of emphasis on the well-being of employees. There are some benefits which we put forward to reward our employees. So, the salary package. According to your experience, we prepare a very attractive salary package, which will correspond to your expectations. So a good thing to know is that your salary grows as long as you grow in experience within the company. So next you will see the transport. It is not a transport refund, but more than that, it's a special transport bonus to help you head to work every day. So it's like a motivation, special motivation to wake up every day to come to work. So bonus, something which is not missing here. You have a special bonus each 6 months, which rewards you for your good work. As well as work on shift, you get a special bonus and also a meal allowance. Finally, the presence bonus, which clearly means that the more you don't take your sick leaves and the more you get rewarded for it. Next slide. So other interesting reward system that we have. So the referral system. Simple, you refer a friend, and if he or she is recruited, so you get paid for it, you get a very interesting bonus for it. For the anniversary bonus, so the more you accumulate your years of service, the more you get the chance to win a special bonus to thank you for all these years of concrete contribution in the company. Parental, as the word says it, once you become a new mommy or daddy, you get a super bonus offered by the company. And finally, marriage. So once you take the new step in your life, we contribute with another special bonus to congratulate you for that. Next slide. So for the non-monetary rewards, so concerning the career plan, as you have seen earlier in the presentation, we offer more than just jobs. We offer a concrete career with a defined direction depending on where you want to go and where you want and what you want to achieve. Concerning the training, which is linked. So as your passion grows,
we invest in your evolution via specific trainings, where you'll be able to take your flight and be certified as long as you step forward in your career. And mobility, so it concerns the career change opportunity. So no time to get bored in your job. If tomorrow you want a career change, you want to change your career, to give a new direction to your career, so there's still an opportunity for you to move towards your goals. Okay, it all depends on you. And welfare activities, so being in a very human company, we don't limit ourselves from just coming to work and go home. So we make it a must for you to bring in some good souvenirs, following some nice welfare events organized for you, like, for example, Halloween, Christmas, and many other surprises. So that's it. And next. Yes, j'ai déjà passé dessus, c'est bon. Next. So, questions, maybe. So we'll see if we have questions. No. Okay, so I can see some questions down here. Okay, I'm sorry, I've just bugged. Okay. So which available post you have there? So I think Vincent has stated the 3 job openings that we have. So we are looking for a Linux specialist, a backup virtualization specialist, and also a patch management coordinator. So you can go on our website and check them and apply if you want to. And will you recruit third-year students for internships? Sure. So please apply. You can send your application on your career at linkbynet.com. Can we already apply now for next year? Of course you can. So feel free for that. You can apply. We will assess your CV and give you feedback as soon as possible. Okay. Are there part-time jobs available? So it all depends on what you're looking for. So you can try. Please send your CV. And yes, we have internships, so you can apply too. No, we can't give you the presentation slide. Sorry for that. But if you want some information, so you can still email us or contact us via LinkedIn. Do you have any cybersecurity opening soon? So not for now, but you can still send your CV and we will contact you as soon as we will have opportunities in that field. So I think that we're over for questions. Yes. So if ever you have questions, don't hesitate. You can just ping us on your career at linkbynet.com, or you can contact us via LinkedIn. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Apparently, you can hear me now. Very good. Good evening, everyone. It's getting quite late, so I'll try to be as swift as possible. I understand I'm squeezed between now and your dinner, probably, so I'll try to be quick. I will be giving you a presentation of Elca in general, and Elca is more specifically in Mauritius, so that, I don't know, we are not that famous yet, and I don't think we have the same level of understanding and knowledge in the population about our company, so I need to spend a little bit of time telling you who we are globally and who we are in Mauritius, and that will be the main purpose of that presentation, also with a few words, obviously, about our ambitions and what we're looking for. So, Dina, I think we were going to start with a quick video. got the proper video, and it was sufficiently good to understand the message. In a few words, who are we? Elca is a Swiss-based company, and it's an IT consulting company established a long time ago. It's over 50 years old, so it was a pioneer in the world of IT consulting. And it is basically having a focus on the Swiss market for its consulting arm, okay? And I will get back on more detailed on that. We are relying on two main pillars in the organization. One is the consulting practice, as mentioned before, and the other leg, if you want, of the company, so we can walk and run, is a product branch. Okay, so we do edit our own software that we sell as solutions, and you have the list of those products at the bottom of the slide here, and I will come back on that just to give you a feel for what these products do. And at the top of the slide in the squares, you have the four main branches of IT consulting activities, which you will recognize probably for most of you. So we are doing classic consulting at the client. We are doing what we call engineering, which is about developing ad hoc solutions and applications for our clients. We are doing integration, which is more related around ERP type applications. And we are also doing IT operations. That is, we are hosting solutions and we are managing those solutions. Okay, so these are the four main pillars of our consulting practice at large. And in the product line that we have, I would say, two big major products, one of which is Secutix. Secutix, for a short description, is a ticketing sales application, which is used by any business and organization that needs to sell ticket to do business. And that includes, for instance, sports teams like football and rugby. That includes opera. That includes museums. That includes special events like concerts, etc., etc. So we do sell tickets almost throughout the world at this moment. And as part of our clients, just to give you a feel, we have, for instance, UEFA. Okay, Euro 2016, 2 million tickets were sold through the Secutix platform. The Champions League, very often tickets are sold through the platform. We have a number of Premier League football clubs who are actually using that solution as well, etc., etc. The Paris Opera as well, for instance, the Disney World Paris is also using that platform. iPension is something completely different. It is a Swiss-centric pension application that we are developing for the Swiss market, obviously. Sumex is an application related with the medical environment and industry. Trust ID is a system to encrypt remote connections. Okay, so it's a two-level encryption application. And Tix & Go is an outgrowth of Secutix, okay, which allows to sell tickets as a one-off events without having to load the full application, etc., etc. So we have a whole range of application, okay, which we are actually developing and maintaining. And other than that, obviously, we have the classic consulting practice, which today still occupies about 80% of what we do. Huh? Okay. So just to give you a feel, Secutix is the most global application at the moment. It's sold throughout Europe. It's sold in the US. It's been sold for the Tokyo Olympics until they were cancelled. So I think the deal has been reshuffled. But we are selling that solution worldwide. In terms of the industries we are working with, we are basically spanning across all the available industries, at least on the Swiss market. And you have the complete list here. It goes from financial services, banking, transport, logistics, culture and sport through Secutix, obviously. Retail. We do a lot of work for public administrations. Okay, as you may or may not know, Switzerland is a federal state. Okay, and there are multiple layers of administration which all have a fairly large amount of flexibility in the way they want to manage their business, okay, and their areas, and therefore there is a lot of work being done in that space as well. We are a tech company. Okay, we do only IT. There is no BPO type activity whatsoever in Elca for the moment, and we are pushing the latest technologies to our client. You can see here big data and analytics, blockchain, okay, which I did not mention, but the Security tickets are actually blockchained, so they are you can't falsify them, okay, you can't exchange them. There is no black market on Security tickets, so that's quite convenient for the companies. We are working on autonomous vehicles, etc., etc. So all the latest and greatest technologies are actually being studied and pushed. For that, we have a innovation lab, which is actually located within the premises of the first engineering school in Switzerland, in Lausanne. Okay, and we are working with the university and the schools, engineering schools, to develop those technologies and to push them to our client solutions. Where are we? Okay, obviously Mauritius now. Okay, but we are still very Europe-centric in terms of the actual business that we are operating, and we have 3 nearshore or offshore delivery centers at the moment. The oldest and the biggest one is based in Vietnam, in Ho Chi Minh City, where we have approximately 300 people at this stage. Then we have Spain, which is a relatively young center, a bit like Mauritius, where they have a little bit less than 100 people at the moment. And then we have Mauritius, where we have currently a little bit over 100 people. Mauritius has been created basically 2 years ago to help complement the Vietnam offering. Okay, the Vietnam offering was starting to slow down in terms of its growth capacity, and there was a need to first of all keep growing the offshore services for the growth of Elca. And also cover for the French-speaking part of Switzerland. So there were a number of reasons why Mauritius was created here a couple of years ago. Other than that, we have a sales office for our different products, like Security and the likes. So in the US, in Spain, in France, UK, Germany, we also have Belgium, Italy, etc. Not all countries are actually being mentioned here. Croatia is just a third-party partner we are using sometimes when the offshore or nearshore centers cannot help, either for capacity or for specific technologies, niche technologies. Okay, so we're not global. I wouldn't say global yet, but we are fairly international at this stage. Elca has been long established in Switzerland and has a very, very strong reputation. And most of the big names, big companies that you may know from Switzerland are actually or have been recently clients of Elca. You have here a few names, okay, that you'll probably recognize, which are or have been for a number of years clients of Elca, SdWorx Group, Swisscom, Nestlé, etc., etc. Most of these names you probably recognize, and they are some of our clients. Other list of clients, just to give you a feel for the span, okay, in terms of industries and in terms of depth of client base. Again, here, depending on the industry, you will recognize some famous names. Credit Suisse, for instance, one of the top 2 Swiss banks, quite famous Swiss banks. OFAC, which is the association of all the pharmacies in Switzerland. Swiss Re, the #1 reinsurance company in the world. Generali and Zurich, which are other big insurances, etc., etc. Long established, okay, and has been growing steadily for the last 50 years, but even faster in the last 10 years, I should say. The growth has been really much faster in the recent years, and long established based on stable values across the time. So we want to insist on some of those values, and we try to leave those values on day in, day out, especially the ones which talk about being collaborative within the team, and the ones which talk about being trustworthy with regard to our client engagement. Okay, we need in front of our client to make sure that we will deliver. And you might have seen, okay, that just below our logo of Elca, our subtitle is "We make it work," and this is really why we put it there. It's because we want to make sure that we are trustworthy and that we take an engagement with our client will go until the end of it, okay, at any cost. So that's very important. Then we have the commitment. And one important thing is that we are independent. So although we are a relatively small consulting company, if you compare to some of our colleagues who have been talking before, we are not depending on any other big four, other software company, other hardware company, etc., etc. We are fully independent, fully privately owned, and that makes that our advices to our client are fully independent as well, okay, and are the best solutions, not biased by anybody else. Who are we? Roughly across the world, it's a company of a bit more than 1,300 people at this stage. Okay, it's growing almost every day as we speak. Still, even these days, we have people graduating from around the world. It's a very, very diverse population that we have in the company, with a number of nationalities that you can see here on the map. Okay, which is quite impressive. Obviously, everybody is very educated, especially in the IT field. The average age is relatively young, 32, and the average tenure at this stage in the company is over 5 years, which is, for those type of companies, a fairly good performance. Just to give you a feel for the population, in Mauritius, we are following the same lines. Okay, I think the average age is the same at this stage, although we are obviously less numerous, only about 100 plus at this stage. In terms of the career, potential career development within Elca, there are three main roads, okay, to develop a career at Elca in general in the group: consulting, business consulting, management, and technical expertise. Okay, business consulting is not available yet in Mauritius. Okay, that doesn't mean it will never happen, but at this stage, we are more on a launch, growth, and consolidation of the delivery center, but that may come at some stage. So the remaining axis of growth are the management side or the technical expertise. And we are putting a lot of emphasis on the technical expertise. We pride ourselves to be IT gurus, IT specialists, okay? And we do emphasize very much the technical expertise and the technical career path. So there is no limit in the technical expertise career path, okay? And there is no royal, if you want, a career development towards management and a technical career management where there would be a glass ceiling, okay, where at some stage you would be stopped, okay? So that's not happening here. That's not happening in the company. You can grow as an expert in your field for as long as you grow in the organization and you stay with us and bring value, obviously, in that space. That's quite important to note. In terms of your career development, once you've chosen your major axis, okay, we will evaluate your career potential based on obviously your personality, okay, the personal trait of your character, communication, coaching, leadership, attitude in general within the organization, functional skills as you grow in the organization, okay, or technical expertise, as I mentioned before. So that was more for the general Elca picture, okay, quickly. Now, as far as Mauritius is concerned, a few more details for your information, because I guess that's what you're looking after. We've been established, as I mentioned, about a little bit more than 2 years ago, August 2018. Okay, we are over 100 people today. And we have been expanding our office space last July, okay, to cater for the growth, the upcoming growth. And we have a relatively short to medium-term target to bring the center at least to 200 people, between 200 and 300 people. In fact, we want to be at par, more or less, with our colleagues in Vietnam and build a similar capacity. So this is our target today, and we are working on it. This is why, more or less, I'm here today as well. Who we are in Mauritius at this stage, you see the split of skills and skill tracks that we are currently having in the center. These are the raw numbers. Basically, a bit over 50% of our people are pure developers, but we also have a fair number of test QA specialists, a fair number of management team, but a lot of our managers are actually also doing technical work. We have very few pure managers, and a fair number of specialists specification analyst. So that means that in the work we do, we start from the specifications and we go up to the delivery in production to our clients. So we have the full, if you want, life cycle of the projects at hand on most of our projects. Gender split, 65-35. For an IT company, I think this is a fairly decent split. We can still do better, but we are quite happy and proud to be able to show those numbers after only 2 years of existence. And we'll keep working on that diversity as much as we can. And the age pyramid, as I told you, I think the average age today is around 32, 33 years. And we have a fair standard pyramid. Just to note that we do recruit junior people as well, like any other company, and we do even have our own internal training center that we called Elcademy, during which people out of school are getting 6 months training, internal training, fully paid, which is split into 3 months of training, being coached by our experts, and then 3 months placement, internal placement onto our project. And after 6 months, you are duly qualified as getting a diploma from the academy, which is a very good way to fast track your onboarding into the professional world of IT. I think that's more or less it. A few pictures from the location. Obviously, I'll be more than happy to answer your questions if you have any. I don't know how we are doing on time. Anyone for question? Anyone online at all? Some good questions coming in. Very nice. Any email address for job application? I guess that question was for me. If it was the case, yes, we do, obviously. And it's very simple. It's people@elca.mu. Okay. Otherwise, I'm sure through the site, you will find our contacts, but otherwise it's people@elca.mu. Do you have any openings for IT for diploma levels? Yes, we can do that. Most likely that will be going through our academy, to complement and to make sure that you have the right skill set to onboard our projects, which are usually relatively complex and technologically advanced. But yes, definitely we are more than happy to diversify our source of recruitment, beyond the standard BSc of the local universities. So that's something we are seriously considering, and there will be openings for that. Maybe there will be a stage of technical test as well in the recruitment process. Be ready for that. But other than that, there is no problem with it. More about your academy. Is it a registered training institution? So I am not sure I fully understand the question. It is registered with HRDC. If that was the question, we are officially entitled to deliver that training, and it's recognized as such. But it is not an official graduation from an official education institution for sure. It's an internal thing that we are doing at the moment. Do your staff deal with the client? Yes, indeed. We not always, just to be fair and fully transparent. It depends on the project, on the client context, on the maturity, on how long we've been dealing with that client, etc., etc. But yes, we do have a number of projects on site where, for instance, we do our sprint demos directly with the client. There might be presence from Elca Swiss colleagues, but we are talking straight to the client with direct interaction with them, be it for end results like sprint demos, but also for design discussions, for specification clarifications, for whatever else it may be. So yes, we do. Opportunities for system admins and systems engineers, not at the moment. If one day, I didn't mention that in the presentation, but along the many 4 pillars of the consulting practice we have in Switzerland, we are mainly operating on the engineering part, which is about application development and maintenance. Okay, so we do little operations. If one day, and that could happen, okay, we start doing some operations work, which was the 4th box on the slide on the right, then obviously we will need more of these type of profiles in the future. So obviously we will clearly advertise that when it comes, and we will be happy to have you with us if that's what you're looking for, but not for the moment. Major technologies, we are today mainly working in the core of our business is in the Java ecosystem. But we do have also some side technologies. We have some .NET, we have some Dynamics. We do some. We are quite heavily loaded and needing front-end technologies around Angular, React, Drupal, and those type of technologies. And this is something we are looking for actively these days. I might have missed a few, but these are probably the key technologies we're working with at the moment. Do you hire international graduates from universities in Mauritius? Yes. Yes, we do. I guess the question is, do we work and do we provide work permit for those guys? It will be based on the skills and on the added value of the individual from a technology standpoint. Okay, so obviously we will make the effort, provided that there is a return, if you want, for the organization behind it. But we've done it already in the past, and we will do it again, definitely. Internships, yes, okay, and very often we actually try to find some kind of a win-win situation between internships and academy, okay? So we try to find a mix, so people work on projects, do the academy at the same time, but we provide internships for last year students only at the moment, okay? The problem is the critical size. The center is not big enough to be able to have second year or third year students that we will need to train, groom, okay, and coach during a period of time, and that will then go back and disappear. We don't have the critical mass to be able to do that at the moment. We may do it once we grow a bit bigger as an organization, but at this stage we cannot afford to do it. Okay, it's not that we don't do it by principle, but we just cannot afford to do it. A requirement to be able to speak French, not necessarily. It will help. Okay, because sometimes the project you're on is English speaking, sometimes it might be French, but even on the French speaking projects, 90% of the time English is fine. So there is no absolute need. Okay, we do have people on site at the moment who are not French speakers, and it works properly. Okay, the only thing is that we need to make sure we don't staff you on projects where we are inheriting documents from the client who are written in French, because then obviously it's a limiting factor. Functional support role, I take it as administrative functions like HR, finance, communication, and other functions, facilities and services. If I'm wrong, please restate the question. There are prospects, but again, it would be a proportion of our growth. Today we are, I would say, fully staffed in those functions, in those roles. But as we grow, we will need to increase our HR team, probably our facilities and services team, etc., etc. So stay tuned, stick with us, and we will advertise that. Most likely during the coming year, we might have extra needs. Okay. GTES and NSDP programs. Since I have never heard the names, I would say my answer is no. I may be wrong, but I would say no as a going-in position. Application functional, I think we've handled that one. How is Mauritius organization structured? Okay, good question. The way we are organized today is through factories, as we call them. Okay, so and we have today 2 big groups within our organization, and they basically follow the overall Elca organization. That means we have a group of people working on projects, okay, which are part of the engineering activity of the group, and then we have another part which is in charge of products. Okay, so they are being managed separately, but there is no wall between those 2 organizations. People are moving from one to the other. It's just that the way they are being managed on a daily basis, this is the way we are organized. But you can go from one to the other depending on the needs, depending on your will, depending on what's next, etc., etc. I don't know. I hope that answers the question. We are, as part of the organization, maybe I should complement that we are, as we speak, and probably it will be more clearly defined early next year, we are currently defining transversal capabilities or area of expertise or expertise group, etc., whatever you want to call them, horizontal, in which we will develop and push the development of each individual in their technical skill domain. Okay, so we will have a Java domain of expertise, we will have a front-end domain of expertise, we will have a testing domain of expertise, etc., in which the people will actually be belonging and be helped to develop their technical skills. Vacancies on IT support service desk in your organization? No, we have roles, but they are filled at the moment, so there is no vacancy as we speak. Okay. Resources required to travel. Well, these days travel is relatively short. It's commute to home basically, but yes, there will be. We have been traveling when it was still possible usually to start projects. Okay, and have an exchange with our colleagues or with the client back in Switzerland most of the time. I'm hoping that as soon as the frontiers reopen and it's getting easier to travel, we will resume that because it will facilitate, obviously, the startup of the projects. So yes, we are traveling, and usually to Switzerland. We are working on also models of collaboration with the other centers like Vietnam and Spain, and see how we can potentially leverage competency between the centers also more frequently. Business development. We do business development, but as a captive organization, that means we do work with the sales guy in Switzerland from Elca, okay, who work themselves directly with the client. We don't go at the client directly to do business development. Okay, so we just partner with the sales organization in Switzerland to build solutions, okay, that we co-present, okay, that we present together at the client. But we are not leading the client relationship in the sales process. But still, we have been already doing multiple presentations of our proposals to the client via Visio conference, okay, where we say, okay, we are Mauritius, this is what we plan to do for you, this is how we will do it, these are the people that will do it for you, etc., etc. So we demystify a bit, the offshore part of the project, the Mauritius destination also, which sometimes is a bit exotic for people. So we need to convince and demonstrate our abilities, etc., etc. So yes, we do that. R&D, we do some R&D work. It is not, I will be very clear and transparent, it is not a core activity for us. It is an activity that we undertake while between projects. Okay, so there is an R&D, there are R&D responsible back in Switzerland. And as soon as we have people that may be in between projects for a period of time, a few weeks, a couple of months, whatever, we make sure we contact those guys and we get involved in internal projects related to R&D. We've recently done something specific in the Microsoft.NET environment and Azure, okay, for which we have done prototypes and stuff like that, that we have then presented to the whole organization as part of a brown bag session virtual. So that's something we actually do indeed to make good use of our skills and knowledge and brains. When sometimes it happens, people may fall in between projects for a short period of time. Project managers, yes. We do have opportunities, so send your CV through, people at elca.mu, and we'll make good use of that for sure. Testers, definitely as well. We are in constant search for testers. So same answer, people at Elca.mu. How do we manage performance of resource? Very very timely question, because we spent most of the day today with the management team to review performance evaluation for our teams. We have a very formal process, okay, which is taking place once a year with a complete evaluation with a 360 feedback, which is gathered before that. And it's something which is reviewed at management level, okay, shared, balanced if need be, etc. And there is also potentially a mid-year review if need be, either for people that have missed the main process, the main annual process because of entry date, and also if there is performance issues we need to review, etc. So yes, there is a very formal, very organized process for that. And I understand we are out of time. We have no cybersecurity opportunities for now. Okay, and graphic design, very good question. We may, it's under discussion. I am very interested in that space, but I am pushing for it to make sure we get the authorization to start that process. That's it for tonight. Time for dinner.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you very much, everyone, for all your questions. I hope I was able to answer them. Otherwise, don't hesitate to get back to us through various means, either through the platform or directly. We'll be more than happy to get back to you.
So we have reached the final session of today. And well, it has been nice and challenging at the same time with technology. So okay, so we can start. I can't see Virginia, but we'll just roll with it. David and Virginia, thank you for joining me on this last session of today, and where we want to talk about AI for impact. And we had a great session earlier talking about, you know, the good side and the challenging side of AI, and also how can it, if we do work with it as an allyship, we can do great things. So and also we will use this opportunity to talk a little bit about, TechFounder is actually launching AI Saturday chapter in Mauritius, and Virginia here is one of the founders of AI Saturday, and she's from Barcelona, so she will talk a little bit about how she started. And Virginia, if you can hear me or see me, you can tell us a little bit about yourself and AI Saturday, because I can't see you or hear you.
It's okay. It's like talking to God right now. It's like, I think you are there. It's okay for me. Virginia, I'm from Spain, and I start Saturday CA. It's a non-profit, and it's the place we teach about artificial intelligence around 40 Saturdays, and it's about to learn artificial intelligence, but through a social impact project. Okay, so this project started at Barcelona maybe just 3 years ago with one of my colleagues, and it's a model that it's also replaceable for a lot of countries nowadays in Mauritius with Dina, but we are also at Dubai, on a lot of cities at Latam, Quito, Guadalajara, Jalisco. It's in a lot of places, and nowadays maybe just we want to open also at London, Amsterdam. And what we do, it's like we get the people like love try and play,
David,
okay, like a
can you hear me?
sandbox with.
Yeah.
Is Virginia speaking?
Yeah, Virginia is talking actually.
Okay.
Yeah, she is.
Okay, and what I'm saying, it's like it's people like love work on artificial intelligence projects, and also like invest our time and our science and our technology and our hunger of knowledge through impact social projects, because I think there are two main points. The first one is like, if you do this little, you just watch a lot of changes around you, and the second one, it's like you can improve all of them, because nowadays social impact it's one of our key points, and I think it's that that voluntary activity that we all can do. And for that people that says that I'm not good at technology, or I'm not good at programming or so on, this is such a good opportunity, because you can start from the beginning, and it's not about learning and now develop. It's about learning, developing these kind of projects. Also, we have a lot of teachers that know about the field so much, and also nowadays we have 3 years of different kind of project that we could share with you also, and you can find it on GitHub. It's everything. It's public, so we think that it's because like maybe in one of our projects we just get to a state of B, and it could be someone all over the globe that could drive this project to the level C, right? We have projects such as to find exoplanets, for example. Other ones are about here, for example, in Madrid, we have one about to help the ambulance to take the shorter way to the first nearest hospital. Also one about, I'm working right now in one OCR about recycling, like an OCR that can detect where these things, because sometimes artificial intelligence, it's just about to make people more intelligent. Like we have to through these kind of things. Yeah. But these are like little parts of our projects and our job. And it's really, for me, it's really fun, because it's like to get to preschool again and just to play with the technology, but in a good way, in a social way. And also you can adapt it everywhere you go, because there's something you can apply. And for last, we think about the artificial intelligence in a way like to teach our, I don't know, maybe just older people. Like artificial intelligence is not going to I don't know, maybe just like in iRobot or something like that, right? It's not about to take our jobs and that's it. It's more like to improve them, just to like RAP, right? Like robotic process automation. It's about just to keep you not doing this boring stuff. So Dina, I'm going to write down that I ended, and also I'm going to write down the website for everyone we want to share. But of course, I insist you to go with Dina in this Saturday's AA edition in Mauritius, because I think like the first edition is always the most special. And the first ones are always the most, I think, like incredible people in Saturday's AA. So thank you very much.
Anything that Virginia said, but that's okay. I know a lot about AI Saturday, but David, I wanted to ask you where or to what extent do you think we can use AI for good?
To what extent? I'm one of the optimists in AI. For me, things like Terminator or iRobot are certainly possibilities that we had. But the mere fact that we're having discussions like today means that we're already anticipating things that we don't want to happen. So we definitely don't want Terminator. We definitely don't want to end up as slaves to robots. What we really think, I'm part of the people who think that AI is a tool that is going to help us evolve, think in different ways, maybe better ways sometimes. And it will definitely help us enhance and augment us as humans rather than try to, enslave us. The areas of AI that is being applied, where AI is being applied into various fields today are humongous. I mean, it goes from everything from healthcare, going through automated cars, for example. That's one example. There's so much stuff going on. So I think it's important for people like us, especially when we're in countries like, small countries like Mauritius, which obviously means that we have limited resources. So we need to be careful how we use things like water, for example, because it's a scarce resource. We're an island. We didn't have much rain over the past couple of years, for example. So we already know, we're already anticipating out of experience that if we go through a drought during this summer, things will tend to get worse than they will get better. Even if we have a few cyclones, bringing some water over, it won't be enough to fill up the reservoirs properly or enough. The lucky side, I might say, for us for COVID, if I can put it that way, is that we had less tourists. So I know this is going to anger some people because the tourism industry was hit pretty bad. But that also meant that these resources that we have weren't used. That means that we're lucky to be able to keep a level, let's say for water, for example. Another aspect, of course, that we found out during COVID, the hard way, is that getting access to simple amenities like grocery stores, for example, which means buying your stuff like veggies and everything that you buy at a supermarket. And the issue we had, a lot of us during the first couple of weeks, is how do we get access to fresh produce? How do we contact farmers? How do we reach out to people? Because we can't go to the shops anymore. We were in full lockdown. When we managed to get things sorted out, we were allowed to have 2 days per week to get out. But that was like for a couple of hours. So we needed to figure out, better ways to be able to actually get access to food, and specifically fresh produce, because I'm not a vegetarian, I would say, but I really love my veggies. So it was a really important factor for me to be able to have access to that on a daily basis. Thanks to technology, we managed to sort things out. But it did bring us to start asking some, important questions like, how much do we import of food that, if the whole transport system, as it happened, was, completely out of order. So, containers weren't coming in. In any case, people weren't able to go work on the port as much as they could, or should, or would. The problem is, how do we ensure that we can, continue to feed the 1.2 million or maybe 1.3 million people who are on the island? So when you're dependent so much on that system, you need to figure out ways to bring back, like a lot of countries are doing, across Europe, and towns who have learned also the hard ways, how to reorganize things to actually have produce actually grown, in your own territory, in your area, so that people have access to that. And in any case of a risk like we just had with the pandemic, we don't risk toppling that with close to something where we would start lacking food, and which could lead to famine or in some cases, extreme cases, of course. But I think we've seen that in some places in Africa already. in some very remote areas. And we must not forget that we're an island, so our resources are finite. So we really need to start thinking of better ways to how we do things. Where does AI come into all of this? Well, AI is like I said, it's a tool. So when we bring that down to things like farming, for example, or greenhouses, growing things and animals. What we need today is what we have actually in some cases already is data, but we need more data to be more efficient in how we actually go about using our resources. And AI can help a great deal, whereas gathering data from multiple data sets that we have access to today, so that can be, weather forecasts, for example. We now also have the possibility of doing drone scans. Of course, we have the internet with satellite images. And all these data sets can be combined along with the knowledge of course, the farmers themselves, because we can't do any of this the right way if we're not talking to the right people who have experience and people who can help us devise the proper algorithms to actually make sure that we are enhancing whatever part of the process it actually can enhance. So the first thing is collecting all this data, then out of this data creating the model with the input of the technical people who know how to actually devise the algorithms, and the input of the people actually on the field who are growing the crops and who are bringing up the animals. And we need to make sense of this data so we can actually devise actionable how could I put it? So we can actually put this into action. So putting into action would, for example, be using AI to figure out how to optimize the use of water. So you would have sensors in parts of the field, for example, which would measure the humidity, nutrients. You can get a whole bunch of different data from that, and which you can use to actually bring down your watering areas, for example, from several tens of meters around. And sometimes I've seen sprinkling still on the road, which has a tendency to really annoy me, because that's one of the worst water waste I see. And AI can actually help us identify areas which actually need that water or not. And you can actually start watering proper ways. Same thing goes for nutrients. Once you start analyzing, you might have part of the field which is at the lower end or a higher end and might need more or less nutrients. So we can also use that data to actually optimize that. What's being done as well is computer vision. So computer vision, we use computer vision, for example, to observe plants, see how they're growing. And we can, in some cases, with enough knowledge and data, at one point be able to anticipate some of problems that plants might have, like fungus or pest infection, coming to eat the crops, for example. So that's part of how we can use image recognition, for example, applied in AI, which will analyze the whole, thousands and millions of data sets and be able to say, okay, it's in this area, there's one plant that's starting to get sick. And if we start, delivering the right stuff to the plant right now, we can avoid this sickness or whatever it is from spreading to other areas of the crop. So that's one way which is really good to guarantee quality and guarantee the yield as well. And another thing that it will help, which I think is especially important in Mauritius, is reducing the use of pesticides, for example, where we use a lot. From memory, I think last year I read a report which mentioned that we absorb about 2 kilograms of pesticides per year per Mauritian, which is quite frightening for me, to be honest. I mean, I'm not aware of this. I don't know what's getting into my body, and I really want to know, because that could lead to, other complications in my life. So if I'm able to avoid that right now, I want to be able to have access to that type of information, or at least be assured that, the people are taking the right measures to actually avoid putting too much pesticides. And AI can really help in the sense that, using, once again, drone imagery, for example, where we can spot weeds that are starting to grow, And we now have various ways of taking care, either spraying it very meticulously, it's like a couple of square centimeters right onto the weed. I've seen other uses where they use a laser, which will actually zap the plant, which is quite fun. So it's a bit of the futuristic looks of the robotics and AI. But all that to get to the point that the AI actually helps optimize that side of things too, which means that we have a much better guarantee in quality in terms of quality of food. We are optimizing the growth. We are optimizing the yield. We are optimizing the use of resources to actually get the best yield. So it's all about optimizing along the way all these processes. And like I said, it has to be inclusive. We can't devise the proper data sets without the input of the people who have the experience, because they know, for those who've been doing this for years, that they have that experience that nobody else would be able, no programmer or whatever, philosopher will be able to input into the data set for the AI to work with. So it's important to have this input. And the other reason why we need this input now, starting now, or at least as soon as possible, is because it's expected by 2050 that we around the world are going to be 10 billion people on the planet, which means we are going as from 2050, we are going to have to grow twice as much food as we're eating right now. We already know how much waste is going on across the planet. Mauritius is no different. I see a couple of companies who are already starting to tackle that side. But I think if we start from the very beginning, it's like, growing, taking the right steps to actually grow properly, grow smarter, that makes much more sense than trying to, patch things up, once it's starting to get a bit, more or less too late. Luckily, I don't think we're there yet. And I think that AI is the thing that's going to really help us actually do things much better along the way. So yeah, I'm hoping that we can gather some people around who would be interested in that kind of project. There's some devices that exist, some that don't. So why couldn't Mauritians come up with ideas to actually to invent a device that will be able to measure some things? I've met brilliant minds in Mauritius, so I know that we have people who are more than capable of actually delivering that kind of service in Mauritius. You've got the maker community, of course, who I'm sure would be more than happy to help us, think of devices that could help us monitor all the stuff that we need to create the data sets and be able to use the data sets to help growers, make better decisions, wiser decisions, being careful about the environment, using the resources, like I said, wisely, and of course, trying not to, optimizing the whole use of our resources, our scarce resources. So I'm not sure if everybody hears me or not. I see Dina's in and out.
I can hear you.
Can you still hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello, hello.
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm not sure if Virginia, do you have anything to add or?
No.
I just wanted to ask Virginia if she can hear
Hello?
me.
Yeah.
What types of projects has Saturday AI in Barcelona?
Yeah.
No, poor thing.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, I'm going to.
No.
No.
Okay.
So maybe we can only hear ourselves.
Can you hear me now?
No.
So maybe I can answer a couple of questions because I can't hear either Virginia or Dina. So if you can hear me, so agriculture, smart farming. Any ideas for Mauritius? Well, yeah, that's what I was saying. We have ideas for Mauritius, of course. I mean, the technology is here. We're not poor in technology. We have fiber optics, almost full coverage across the island. So Mauritius Telecom, I have to say, did a really good job with that. We have 4G, and same thing. We have a good coverage for 4G, and new technologies are coming along the way. We mustn't forget that there's other technologies along the way in terms of communication. If you just think about Starlink, Elon Musk's project to connect the world through internet, through satellites, that's expected. It's already being tested. We have a couple of, I think about 600 satellites already up in the sky, being tested at the moment with speeds that can go up to about 150 megs. So that's pretty good, considering the distance and that the technology is extremely new. And it's expected that by within the next 5 years, from memory, that the full fleet of satellites will be up there, and we'll have about 39,000 satellites covering the whole globe, which means basically that you'll be able to communicate with anybody, anywhere around the world, including in Mauritius. Of course, so far as governments let us have access, but I think it goes in the same philosophy as au-delà, so it's beyond. Sorry, that's my French. Beyond just the one country, one nation, and one people. It's like it's one people, one world, because that's what we have to live in all together. The resources are the same. We all need to eat. We all need to drink. We have a lot of people from abroad coming over, so of course they need to have access to the same things that we have. So I think, yeah, the projects are there. It's about enabling people to have access to the right technologies, explaining to them how this can help them, actually, doing POCs, proof of concepts, with them to accompany them and actually show them how it will benefit, even if it's on a small plot of land, just to remove that image of the AI, like I said, is going to be Terminator and coming along to exterminate everybody. Just to reassure them and say, no, that AI is all about accompanying you in making better decisions, not about replacing you, but using your information as well as the precise data that we're gathering from the plants themselves to actually help you, do better things. And the plants have a lot to say. And they do communicate a lot, contrary to what people might think. And there's a number of ways that plants communicate. And we're just investigating that field. We're getting better every day. AI is exponential, so as soon as we start getting access to any data, even if we have little data, we're gathering data in Mauritius and across the world for the same types of crops, for example. So we're not actually basing some of the analysis only on what's going on in Mauritius, but we're analyzing what's going on everywhere in the world, comparing that and devising proper strategies and advice to the people in a specific area with specific climate. And of course, it's AI, so it's self-learning. It takes the data here as soon as it gets it, and then it starts analyzing. And of course, you need to be careful of what type of data you're gathering and be very clear about what you want to do with that data. It's not just about gathering a lot of data. I know a lot of companies here are very proud of their data centers. They have a lot of data. Great. So you have a gold mine. What are you actually doing with the gold mine? And a lot of people, they come up with basic stuff like, oh, we know how many people, how many clients we have. We know how many males and females. And, I like to say it goes much further than just being able to sort out, people or different types of cars and stuff like that. There's a lot more that we can do that AI will enable us to do much better and much faster. So yeah, I think that answers the question for if data is scarce. I can't see any other question. Let me just go down. Okay. I'm not seeing any questions.